Libonyaga Badama. Libonyaga Badama. Libonyaga Badama. Libonyaga Bada. Ninge kuwa malaika, ninge kuwa malaika, ninge kuwa Thank you very much. Asante sana.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, requesting all of us, we can move a bit to the front so that the guests who are going to be joining us, they can take the spaces at the back. And also, as you're coming into the hall, please, as you walk between the aisles, watch out for the trunking that is on the floor. That is for the interpretation equipment. We cannot walk around it. So just watch your step as you walk. Donc, mesdames et messieurs, un grand merci à tous d'être avec nous. Juste faire attention en marchant. Il y a quelques câbles par terre, que vous ne tombiez pas. Et on vous prie, s'il vous plaît, si vous pouvez avancer, vous mettre un peu devant. Comme ça, ceux qui arrivent un peu plus tard peuvent se mettre derrière. Merci beaucoup.
Selina kipenzi changu cha moyoni. Selina kipenzi changu cha moyoni. Selina kipenzi changu cha moyoni. Juzi nilikuona, tena nikakuona. Juzi nilikuona, tena nikakuona. Juzi nilikuona, tena nikakuona. Jone kubusu. Juzi nilikuona, tena nikakuona. Penzi lake juzi nilikuona, tena nikakuona. Juzi nilikuona, tena nikakucheki. Juzi nilikuona, tena nikakuona. Juzi nilikuona, tena nikakuona. Bino batata babungula mutima. Bino batata babungula mutima. Oh, ngayo yo. Ngai nateka, nateka. Oh, ngayo yo. Ngayo. Ngai nateka, nateka. Mabenyo so, nala Kristu thina suka bino balengwe babungula mutima bino balengwe babungula mutima ngayoyo ngayoyo natika mabenyoso alanda Kristo tena suka azizezele busebe benkosi bawo tikosomanda azizezele busebe benkosi bawo tikosomanda Inesinjalo, inesiyeniya, esoloko zisizozi, fine. Solo
Thank you very much. I was actually expecting more clap than that. I don't know if it is too much to ask. Thank you. Quite an encouraging moment with that clap. Great. Can we get more microphones, please, if there? Tonda tonda mbongo dizulu tonda. 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 Tonda pongo, tonda tonda zambi. Tonda tonda pongo dizulu tonda. Tonda tonda pongo dizulu tonda. Olivuka ni usikiranga changu. Tonda tonda pongo dizulu tonda tonda zambi. Tonda tonda pongo dizulu tonda. Tonda tonda pongo dizulu tonda. Olivuka ni usikiranga changu. Tonda tonda pongo dizulu tonda tonda zambi. Olivuka ni usikiranga changu. Tonda tonda pongo dizulu tonda tonda zambi. Tonda tonda pongo de zulu tonda. Tonda tonda pongo de zulu tonda. Olivuka ni usikiranga changu. Tonda tonda pongo de zulu tonda. Tonda tonda pongo de zulu tonda. Olivuka ni usikiranga changu.
Even as you're enjoying the music, just requesting the discussants for the first panel, if you can just step outside briefly, just outside boardroom 2. We just want to have a word with the discussants for the first panel. We are going to be having Mr. Kadunabi, Ms. Nancy Moya, Ms. Immaculate Kasait, Mr. Hartnell Njungi and Mr. Benjamin Andea, please, if you could kindly just step out, boardroom 2. We just have a quick word before we get started. Thank you very much for your patience.
All right, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Well, the sweetness of greeting is when you're greeted back. Good morning, everybody. You see, that is the way it's supposed to go, and I thank you for that. Now, we have been singing while you have been enjoying this together with us. It comes a time when you want also to share what you're enjoying yourself so that we can share with you. Particularly those who are coming from outside, it's an opportunity to come and enjoy what we're enjoying here. I want to kindly request you to be upstanding. At that comfort level where you are, we do a small thing, just enjoy yourself with us. We can't have our cake and eat it at the same time. Trust me. So let's be upstanding. Let's do this together. I wish I was able to translate the way the MC is able, but I'm only restricted to English. Great. Now, this is the way it's going to happen. We are saying Karibu Kenya, but in a different language. From the Taita Taveta. All they know is you move like this and move. We want to do a small rehearsal. Let's try side by side. Side, yeah, just slowly. Those on the extreme end there, you can see us via the, I'm sure you'll be able. Let's try, let's go. Very nice. Now, let's enjoy this together. Izoba ubedi. Izoba ubedi. Move. Izoba ubedi. Keep going. Izoba ubedi. Move aside. Izoba ubedi. Side by side. Izoba ubedi. Let me go where you can see me, Missouri. So again, stand down a bit, just go down a bit, but a little bit easy. Let's go. I can see you trying very well. Let's go. Let's go. Just a little. Just a little. One more time. Let's see this. Let's try this together. Keep going. Going. Let's try to one side only now. We are on the left side. Left and left and left and right and right and right. Izuba ubedi pan. Now relax a bit. Mfumwa nibedi. Mfumwa nibedi. Side by side. Yeah, like this. Keep going. Masi nibedi. Masi. Now I want us to move left like this. Side. Now go. Down and down. Side by side like this. You're trying very much, I can see. Now hold on to your waist. Hold on to your waist. And down and down and down and down. 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 Down, down, up a bit. You're trying very well, much. Go. Relax at this point. Side by side. At the back there, are you trying with us? Let me see you. Let's try. Now, this is a difficult part now. We try together now. Here we go. Down. Down and down and down and down and down and down and down. Just a little. You're trying very much. Let's go down a bit. To the left only now. Left, left, left and right. Right, right, right and left. Let's time. Now hold it to your waist. Go on. Down. Down, 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 lower them down until you find your seat. I like the way the CEOs are able to go this side and left and right. I'm sure you might be missing some of these things. Now, we have also been able to visit South Africa. This is the one more than you will sit. I know you are in a tie. Don't dance very vigorously, otherwise you will feel a lot of heat. So there's a small movement. You go like this, like this. Then you swing your leg like this. Only those two. Can we try? Right, left, and swing, swing. Add with the clap. Can we try that? Okay, let's go. Right, left, and swing, swing. Then you can add one more. We are fast learners. Turn around and face this direction. It's quite a bit, but CEOs are sharp people, I'm sure. So let's try again. Go. Right, left, and swing, swing, clap. 1, 2, and back. Are you already turning this side? So only 3 times, right? One more time. Let's go. Right, right, left, swing, swing, clap. 1, 2. The third one, you're already facing us. Beautiful. Now we want to do it with some music in it. Now this is the first part. Like this. Keep going, you're trying very much. Now, here we go. Let's go. Now, swing, swing. Turn. We are good, let's go. Let's go again. Right, left, swing, swing, turn. Here we go. Okay, without the music. Hopper, right, left, swing, swing. 1, 2, and go. Let us see how CEOs can turn. Again. Let's go. Right, right, left, swing, swing, turn around and go. The last one. Hopper. Swing, swing, turn around and tennis. Here we go. One more time. Hopper. Right, left, swing, swing, turn around and tennis. Thank you very much. You may resume your seats. Abantu bayaskalila tandola mina nkosi tando tandola mina abantu bayaskalila tandola mina nkosi tando tandola mina abantu bayaskalila tandola mina Tando, tando lamina, alis, alis kolapa, abanto bayas kalela, tando lamina, nkosi tando, tando lamina, alis kolapa, abanto bayas kalela, tando lamina, nkosi tando, tando lamina. Tando la mina, tando la mina, alis, alis kolapa, bando bayas kalela, tando la mina, tando la mina, alis kolapa, bando bayas kalela, tando la mina, kosi tando. Tandala mina, kolapa, habandu bayas kalela, tandola mina, tandola mina, alis, alis, kolapa, habandu bayas kalela, tandola mina, kose tando,
Tandola mina. Tando vaya skalela. Tandola mina. Kosi tando. Tandola mina. Kolabak. Habandu vaya skalela. Tandola mina. Tando, tando, lamina, ales, ales, kulapa, habanto, vayas, kalela, tando, lamina, tando, tando, lamina,
alis, kulapa, habanto, vayas, kalela, tando, lamina,
kosi, tando, tando, lamina. Kosi tando, tando la mina, habanto vayas kalela, tando la mina, kosi tando, tando la mina, habanto vayas kalela, tando la Asante sana. Thank you.
Going on safari, touring places, making friends, meeting new people, learning new culture, make this world a better place.
Listen as a peace by going places and knowing
how other people live. See the mountains, the rivers and the valleys, moving around and having fun. See the flora and fauna of the land. Come to Kenya, meet the people. Come to Kenya, this beautiful country. Come to Kenya, karibu Kenya. Jambo Bwana, karibu, a land of beauty all around. Come to Kenya and meet the people. Come to Kenya, this beautiful country. Come to Kenya, karibu Kenya. Jambo Bwana, karibu, a land of beauty all around. Ooh, ooh. Going on safari, touring places, making friends, meeting new people, learning new culture, make this world a better place.
Listen as the peace by going places and knowing
How other people live, see the mountains, the rivers and the valleys, moving around and having fun, see the flora and fauna of the land. Come to Kenya and meet the people. Come to Kenya, touring places, making friends, meeting new people, learning new culture, make this world a better place.
Let's enhance the peace by going places and knowing
How other people live, see the mountains, the rivers and the valleys, moving around and having fun, see the flora and fauna of our land. Come to Kenya, meet the people, come to Kenya, this beautiful country. Come to Kenya, karibu Kenya, jambo bwana, karibu a land of beauty all around. Come to Kenya, meet the people, come to Kenya, this beautiful country. Come to Kenya, karibu Kenya, jambo bwana, karibu a land of beauty all around.
Just as we proceed, just announcement. I think I've got some lost car keys. So if you've lost your car keys, I don't know how you will get home. Please come and see me. And also just an announcement for Friday morning for the excursions. If you've not registered your hotel pickup, please do so. We have an information desk just at the front. When you exit, there's an information desk there. Give your details, name, and also the hotel pickup so we know where you're going to be picked up. The buses are going to be ready from as 5 o'clock in the morning. So just be cautious on that. For those of us who are requiring the Wi-Fi password, we've got them pinned around the hall. So you just scan the QR code and you'll be able to access. Donc si vous avez besoin du Wi-Fi, vous pouvez scanner ce qui est affiché. Et aussi pour l'hôtel, le vendredi matin, pour les excursions, pour aller au parc national, il faut s'inscrire. Il y a le bureau d'information juste devant. Donc merci d'aller donner vos coordonnées. Et également, une copie de votre passeport sera prise sur place. So we're just going to be getting started in a short while. We're still waiting for our chief guest, who unfortunately just got held up somewhere. So, donc, vous inquiétez pas, on va bientôt commencer. On va lancer le programme. Et donc, bienvenue à tous encore une fois. And finally, to ensure that all of us at least have the program, it is going to be sent on the link that you registered. So at least you know the topics we're going to be discussing later today, in the afternoon, and also for tomorrow. The link should have been sent to either your email, but in case you don't have it, we can be able to get the IT team to show you what the program and the topic. Donc merci beaucoup. Once again.
Thank you very much, MC. Kindly clap for the choir one more time. Yeah, I wanted you to clap so that now we can also take a very short break. We go and take some water, then we can come back. I think that is a fair deal, right? Yes, fair enough. So clap one more time, nicely. You see, that is a good thing. We appreciate you. So I'll ask the choir to please go and take some water, then we will be back in a short.
Hello, Lugano. Come on, are you serious with that response?
Just in case you've misplaced your car keys, I insist, please come and see me urgently. In case you've misplaced your car keys. Okay, thank you.
They fell off from a We're about to start. Yes.
It's okay, we're on your side. And then maybe.
Download the Glovo app or
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us. And once again, thank you very much for your patience. We're starting a bit late. It was just some factors beyond our control, but we are finally ready to get underway. Donc, un grand merci à tous d'être avec nous ce matin. Juste une information au niveau d'interprétariat. Vous aurez les petits écouteurs sur les tables pour l'anglais et le français. So you have some interpretation equipment on your table. If you want to get the English version, it's on channel 1, and then the French version is on channel 2. And also, as you're walking in, be careful about the cabling on the floor. Don't trip on that. So thank you once again for joining us. We are just going to get the program underway. Et évidemment, je vais inviter un collègue à moi de venir sur scène aussi. So I'm going to invite my co-MC to come on stage. That's what I said in French. So she can join me on stage as we get started. And they usually say that where more than one is gathered, it's always good to start with a word of prayer. And thereafter, we are going to be having the national anthem. So maybe you can tell us who we are going to call up to give us a word of prayer.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As Larry has said, it's now time to start our program, and we'd like to invite Miss Elizabeth Omondi from Kenyeri to come and start with us with a word of prayer. And thereafter, we'll also have a prayer by Director Shalo Omar.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let's pray. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, you alone we worship and you alone we ask for help. Guide us in the right path, the path of those whom you favored, not the path of those who earn your anger, and not the path of those whom go astray. Amen. Thank you very much.
We pray. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we are gathered here once more with thanksgiving in our hearts. Father, we want to continue thanking you. We thank you for the good health. We thank you for this beautiful day you've given us. We thank you for each and every person who is in this particular room, King of Glory. Heavenly Father, we continue to thank you even for journey mercies for those who are able to join us again this morning. And Father, as we begin, we want to invite the presence of the Holy Spirit. We want to invite also the presence of all our guardian angels. As we begin our conference, we want to begin it in your presence. We want to continue in your presence. And Father, we want to end it in your presence. And for each and every blessing that you'll be giving us, we will remember to thank you. We continue to thank you even for the organizers of the event. We continue to thank you, King of Glory, for Kenya Re. We thank you for all our directors from Kenya as well as subsidiaries. We thank you for our Group MD. And Father, we continue to pray that you continue to guide them, you continue to give them wisdom, and you continue to guide them as they continue to take Kenya Re to the next height. We thank you, Father, in a special way for all the stakeholders and all the business partners who are here today, and even those who are not able to make it. Father, we pray for them. Be with us as we begin, and we pray all this, trusting and believing through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much for that. So I'm going to be requesting all of us, let us kindly be upstanding for the Kenya National Anthem and the East African Anthem that is going to be sung by our fantastic choir that has been entertaining us from the College of Insurance. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much to the choir. Asanteni sana once again. So I think you may be seated. You may be seated. We are going to be getting the program underway, and you're going to be calling our first speaker up so we can get this started.
Thank you very much, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a very wonderful morning, a beautiful morning, and we would like to invite our speaker today. And our first speaker today to open for us is none other than Dr. Ben Kajang, the CEO and Director of College of Insurance, who is also our host here today. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the Age Hotel and Convention Center here in Nairobi, which is part of College of Insurance. and I believe I've been invited here just to give guidance on the facility, which I'll do within a very short time. So where we are is the main plenary, which is the ground floor, and we have multiple exits. We have exits this other side. Of course, we have the VIP there, but we have some over this other side. In terms of the washrooms, we have them stationed in the middle areas and at the far end, both sides. Just in case of an eventuality of fire, then of course we have those exit doors and we have the fire assembly at the other far end. But luckily enough, we also want to indicate that we have the fire detectors, smoke detectors, and in case that is required, then you will be informed accordingly. In terms of health, just in case you're not feeling well, we have a standby ambulance on the other side. And we've also partnered with the Red Cross, which is just next by, to ensure that you are taken care of nicely. The MDD also did request me just to indicate to especially the people who are not from Kenya or the facilities here. We say that this is a 5-star facility, both the convention or the conference and of course the hotel up here. It's 10 levels. We have the first level, which is the basement down, which has a capacity of taking 820 cars down here. The facility is in 3 chambers. We have chamber A, this is where we are seated, then we have chamber B, the hanging tower, then we have chamber C over there, which ends at the event deck. Then of course, apart from the plenary, what we call this meeting room, which extends all the way to the other side, or we've partitioned it because when open it's much bigger. We have 58 other meeting rooms apart from the plenary, and of course the plenary can take 3,500. And the 58 other meeting rooms have capacities ranging from 20 to 400. And of course, when you go now to the next deck where we have the hotel, we are proud to have put up 200 rooms, bed capacity to 70. Luckily enough, we've just furnished them. In another 2-3 weeks, a month or so, they should be able to be operational, making it one of the largest hotels in terms of number of rooms in one single location here in Nairobi. But we proceeded further to invest in other facilities altogether. We realized even when you see the faces here, these are people and gentlemen and ladies who are already advancing their careers. And when somebody is already advancing their careers, there are also multiple health challenges. And what has happened is that we've also invested in what we call elaborate wellness facilities. And I'm sure even when you're coming in, from the entrance, you see the water fountains bring you all the way to the ground floor, which takes you all the way to podium 3. And once you get up there, you will encounter steam, you get sauna, you get gym, you get aerobics. Then we also have the swimming pool up here, Infinity Nature. And luckily enough, when you swim, we also have the national park. And hence the name of the facility, the Edge. Edge in Kiswahili means ukuta. Ukuta, the edge of the city and the national park. And I'm sure in your free time, you can take the lifts to go to the 8th floor. You will be able to see the whole of Nairobi. You will be able to see the whole of the park and see most of the features here in Nairobi. We also pride to have put the longest bar or lounge in Africa, the topmost floor, which is 142 meters long with a span of 24 meters. And I'm sure one of the dinners or the lunches will be held there. We moved further. We have enough prayer rooms because we see the number of people who are prayerful. On the 2nd floor, we have the prayer rooms. But we also thought that there's also that segment of citizens after heavy duty, serious seminars like this, they also want to have good time. So we've also invested in the state of the art, in fact, 2 of them, what we refer to as the late night destinations here at the basement. In Uganda, where I was with Alhaji Kadunabi, we used to refer them as the discotheques. So we also have them here at the basement. So I can go on describing the facility, but that is what is here, and in your free time you can tour. And I want to thank Kenya Reinsurance Corporation once more for thinking of utilizing this facility, which is also, to a great extent, a facility belonging to the insurance industry. And just also to mention that the initial acreage where we are, the other side, was donated by Kenya Reinsurance Corporation at no cost. I believe we can clap for them. So 32 years down the line, they now come back with this international seminar. Kenya Re, the board, thank you very much for having that vision during that time with the players then. This is what we've done over the period. Thank you very much.
I don't think there's anybody who can sell Nairobi better than Dr. Kajang. Let's give him another round of applause. You've done a fantastic job. In case you've got any more information that you need to find out about Nairobi, that's the gentleman to talk to. And also not to forget that he's also the former president of the IAO, so he's very well conversant with the industry, and he's a gentleman that is very passionate about the work that he does. And also, once again, just to say thank you very much to the Kenya Insurance Corporation for not only organizing this, but also giving that amount of land at no cost, the 3 years down the line, it's evidence that we are living this today thanks to that great contribution. So asante sana, thank you very much for that. Now as we move on to the program, we're just going to invite one person who is, I think, one of our greatest partners to ensure that this actually took place. And they traveled from very far. And I think we're going to be just welcoming very briefly to come and at least, say hello. You can see, you can put the name to the face. And this is Mr. Atul Bodha, chairman of the JB Bodha Brokers, to come and at least, come and say a word. You can come and say hello. One of our greatest partners. Please come on stage. You can come and say at least a word. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Donc, Monsieur Atul Bodha, un des grands partenaires que nous avons, le plus grand sponsor pour cet événement. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It is indeed great pleasure for me to be here. The event, very carefully crafted by Kenya Re to all the stakeholders. And this is one of the nicest events that I'm attending in the continent. JB Bodha has been partner with Kenya Re, I think since inception of Kenya Re. And we at JB Bodha greatly value this and treasure this particular relationship in the continent as a whole. We started our journey in the continent in 1965. And our first connection in this continent was with NICT Tanzania, and that relationship still goes with them. And once again, we value this particular relationship. Kenya Re being the major player in the continent and also gaining a lot of visibility beyond continent, which shows their seriousness, which shows their ability to make new relationship, and also giving a lot of confidence to the new partners, new relationship, which brings, as an international reinsurance business, a lot of commitment, as we are all dealing at the end of the day in the finance industry. And the support, the conviction that Kenya Re has given to their existing relationship, and also whilst making new relationship, people have strongly believed in Kenya Re that yes, this is the relationship they want to build on and on and on. This function is extremely important, particularly when we are now reaching to the 1st of January 2025 renewal. And this function, which is being arranged under the leadership of Dr. Wachinga, and of course supported by all the board of directors and the chairman of Kenya Re. It's a very thoughtful event where, as we say, that we are currently dealing on a virtual platform, but the interactions in person is still part of our business. And that actually brings us a lot more closer in creating the trust. As we say, trust is the most important word in the business community. And this is being gained and can be gained only if we keep on meeting personally. So this is something I think Kenyari has thought very carefully, bringing all of us together on the common platform to see what we can all do together. As we say in insurance, reinsurance, we are in the business of learning. And we live learning, we die learning. We never say that we are a complete person as far as our industry is concerned. JB Bodha has been part of this journey. And in Africa, we don't say journey, we say for JB Bodha, Africa is a pilgrimage. And this is something that we have strongly believed. With the wealth of experience that JB Bodha has for over 81 years, this is our 81st year of operations. We would be very pleased to continue to share our knowledge, our experience, our ideas and thoughts, which can benefit to the entire continent, and whatever that we can bring from India and other parts of the world through our connections in 95 countries worldwide, with more than 1,000 people working within JB Bodha Group, it would be our great pleasure. We wish plenty of good luck to Kenyari, all who are sitting here, for successful journey ahead beyond 1/1/2025 renewal and also in future. Thank you very much once again, Kenyari, for giving JB Bodha this opportunity to come on the stage and make few observations and the remarks. We wish you plenty of luck, in particular once again to Kenyari and for their future progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and of course, thank you to the entire group for this partnership. We do not take it for granted. We really appreciate it. And of course, we've got very many other partners in the room, and of course, we're going to be engaging them later on in the day, towards the afternoon. We really appreciate your input to make sure that this takes place. Now, I'm going to invite Mr. Kalai Muse, Director Supervision at IRA, that is the Insurance Regulatory Authority of Kenya. He's going to be speaking on behalf of the CEO, who is still away. So, karibu sana. You can come and give us a few words before we move on to the next speaker. Donc, bienvenue à Monsieur Kalai, le directeur supervision, l'autorité de régulatoire d'assurance. Bienvenue.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. As you have been told, my name is Kalai Muse. I've been said by the Commissioner of Insurance, Mr. Godfrey Kiptum, who is actually away on duty. So he gave his apologies, and he gave me his speech to read. So you will excuse me because I will read his speech. All protocols observed, the people invited, distinguished guests, all the industry players, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to thank the Kenya Reinsurance Corporation for organizing this forum, for the insurance industry captains to come together and deliberate on the pertinent issues affecting insurance business in Kenya and in the region. In today's changing world, insurance plays a pivotal role in risk management, providing the backbone for financial stability and enabling businesses and individuals to thrive despite uncertainty. Ladies and gentlemen, the insurance is a key player in the global economy, responsible for safeguarding assets, fostering economic resilience, and creating a safety net for policyholders. However, in an era marked by climate change, technological advancements, evolving customer needs, and complex global risks, it is imperative that the sector not only grows, but does so in a sustainable manner. For this to happen, The regulatory environment must be conducive to both innovation and responsible business practices, striking a balance between growth and sustainability is the root of the challenges facing policymakers today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's first acknowledge the dynamic risk landscape that insurance companies are now facing. From climate risks, I stated, natural disasters, cyber threats, pandemics, the scope of risks is expanding beyond traditional models. This calls for a regulatory framework that is both adaptive and proactive. One of the most pressing challenges, of course, is the climate change. Extreme weather events are increasing in frequency and severity, directly impacting the insurance sector's ability to assess and underwrite risks. For those in Kenya, recently we had floods, and those floods cost the industry more than 5 billion Kenya shillings in claims. As insurers confront growing losses, regulators are tasked with ensuring that companies have sufficient reserves, capital reserves, while also promoting risk reduction through environmental, social, and governance criteria. In third, governments and regulatory bodies must support disclosure requirements related to climate risk, encourage green investments, and create sustainable business practices. The integration of climate-related risks into insurance policies will ensure that the sector can remain viable, even as it manages the financial impacts of a warming world. Ladies and gentlemen, while managing these risks, regulators must also promote innovation within the industry. InsurTech, driven by technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, and blockchain, is revolutionizing traditional models of risk management, customer engagement, and claims processing. Ladies and gentlemen, insurance serves a social good, and the regulatory environment must ensure that it remains accessible to all. Therefore, financial inclusion, particularly in the developing economies such as ours, should be a priority, with the policies aimed at making insurance products affordable and widely available. For this, regulators must first encourage simplified products that meet the needs of underserved populations. Secondly, promote microinsurance and parametric insurance solutions to protect vulnerable communities against natural disasters and crises. And thirdly, ensure transparency in the terms and pricing of insurance policies so that consumers can make informed decisions. In a digital world, leveraging mobile technology and digital payment platforms can help bridge the gap between insurance providers and those previously excluded from formal financial services. In the cross-border nature of many risks today, be it climate change, cyber threats, or pandemics, it is crucial that regulatory authorities collaborate at the international level. Forums such as the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, the Financial Stability Board, and other associations and regional regulators must share best practices, harmonize standards, and develop early warning mechanisms to address systemic risks before they escalate. And additionally, regulators should cooperate in the formulation of global capital standards and work together to combat insurance fraud and money laundering, both of which undermine the trust and credibility of the sector. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, the path forward for the insurance sector hinges on the delicate balance between fostering innovation and ensuring stability, protecting consumers, and promoting inclusive growth. A thoughtful and adaptive regulatory approach is essential to achieving this balance. As policymakers, regulators, and industry leaders, our responsibility is clear. We must create an environment where insurance companies can innovate responsibly, where consumers are protected and empowered, and where growth is aligned with sustainability. This, of course, is no small talk, but with collaboration, foresight, and commitment to both global and local considerations, we can build a future-ready insurance sector that serves the needs of today while safeguarding the opportunities for tomorrow. That's a commissioner's speech. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, grand merci, and of course to appreciate every single person who made the trip here from the various countries. We've got many countries represented here, and I think it's only fair for us to do a very quick tour around the room to find out if all of us are present. From Botswana, we have a representative from Botswana. They're here, yes? Botswana, yes, they're definitely at the back. The more noise you make, the more we know that you're here. Botswana, you're here? Ah, super. Burkina Faso. Mes amis du Burkina. Ah, là-bas, ils sont tout au fond. Le Burundi. Voilà. Cameroun. Cameroun? Merci beaucoup. And of course, we cannot forget about the African football champions, la Côte d'Ivoire. I was told that I have to mention the football part of it. Egypt. Voilà, merci beaucoup d'être avec nous. Our neighbors from Ethiopia. Ethiopia? But I'm sure they're somewhere, either on the way, but they're great rivals of ours, Ethiopia, with Kenya, when it comes to athletics. But we love them so much. Look, Ghana is in the room. Okay. Guinea. Representation from Guinea. From India, of course, Mr. Bodha, thank you very much. From Jordan. Yes, thank you very much for joining us. I hope you managed to sort out the program issue. It's going to be sorted, yes. Libby, from Libya. Yes, merci beaucoup. Malawi. Yes, Mauritius. Mauritius, one of my favorite destinations. I need to have a chat with you later so we can find out a tourist destination. Nepal. We have representation from Nepal as well. Good. Nigeria. Definitely, Nigeria. We love Nigeria in this country. I'll just have you know. You are louder than us, so we love you so much. Pakistan. Pakistan, oui. La République démocratique du Congo. Ah, voilà, merci d'être avec nous. Le Rwanda. Rwanda, yes. Senegal. Senegal. South Africa. They've made a trip up, rather. Sri Lanka. Not here. Tanzania. We have to appreciate every single country here. The Gambia. Representation from Gambia. Okay. Uganda. From across the border. You had better be in the room, Uganda. United Arab Emirates. Also in the room. Thank you very much at the very back. Zambia. Merci beaucoup, la Zambie. Une forte présentation. You've got several delegates here. And Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, yes. And of course, Kenya. Yeah, I was expecting louder than that, but it's okay. We'll take it. We'll take it. Right now, I'm going to, now that at least the next speaker knows exactly who is in the room, maybe he's going to be able to orient his words in that light. We're, of course, going to also be mentioning all our sponsors and appreciating them throughout the entire week. Right now, I'm going to invite the Group Managing Director of the Kenya Reinsurance Corporation, Dr. Hilary Wachinga. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes on stage. And also, gives us his remarks, but also tries to, to set the tone of what we should expect, not only today, but also, the days that are coming ahead. He's got a fantastic panel that is going to be moderating in a short while. Maybe we'll touch on it, maybe not. So let's please appreciate our Group MD to come on stage and give his remarks. Donc, merci beaucoup.
Jambo, good morning. Karibu sana. Welcome to Kenya. Welcome. I would first and foremost start by apologizing for the delay in the morning. We lost some time, but some things are beyond our control. Because, again, we are a government-owned body, and our bosses are stuck in a meeting somewhere. Should allow us to just recognize them in their presence. So we expect the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury, that is Mr. John Bandi. We also expect the Permanent Secretary, again, National Treasury, Dr. Chris Kipto, but they are well represented. And because their representative is in the meeting, he can just stand up and wave. Mr. Albert Mweda, the DG, the Director General, Budget, Fiscal, and Economic Planning. Thank you. Thank you. I would also want to now recognize the presence of my board members. But before I go there, I hope you have accepted our apologies. Okay? And also, let us approach these issues with an open mind. They are currently stuck somewhere in a meeting. Again, a meeting they don't have control over. So let us allow flexibility. When they come in, we can tweak our program to accommodate them, kindly. So allow me to introduce my board members. You can stand, starting with my boss, Honorable Dr. Catherine Kimura. And the other board members, we can go systematically. So we can start with the group board. So some of my board members sit in the group, but are also board members in the subsidiaries. So I'll start with David Muthusi. He's the chairman of the audit committee at the group level, but also a board member in Zambia. Then there is Dr. Nyaega, again, board member of HR committee, and also a board member in Ivory Coast. Very well. Then we have our lawyer and a board member in Kenya, Eric Gumbo, and also a board member in Zambia. Okay. Then we have Director Eunice Nyala, again a board member in Kenya, but also a board member in Ivory Coast. Then we have our Director Damuda Hassan, again, board member in Kenya, the group, and also board member in Ivory Coast. Then we have Director Omar Ashalo, again, board member, Kenya, the group, and also board member in Zambia. Then we have Director Kirika, again, board member here in Kenya, and also board member in Uganda. Then allow me to go to subsidiaries. Should the board members of Uganda, our neighbors, can stand up. Okay, so I'll start with the chairman. You may all know him. He's a director, chairman, George Okotha. You can just wave. Okay, and a former deputy commissioner in Uganda. Very well. Then we have Director Penina Kasule, okay, the chair of Risk Committee and our board member in Uganda. Then we have board member, Director Robert Zake, also a CEO of an insurance company in Uganda, and also the chairman of our audit in Uganda. You can wave. Then we have board members from Zambia. You can be upstanding. So again, I'll start with the far end, the chairman, Mr. Patrick Wanjelani. You can wave, chairman. Okay. He's also a chairman of several listed companies in Zambia also. Then we have Director Enoch Buaria. He can wave. And also the chairman of the risk committee. We have a new board member in Zambia. I don't know whether he's in the meeting. You can be upstanding. That is Hamish Chipungu. He was with us last night. Okay, so he's coming. So he's a new board member, a new joiner in the board of Zambia. Then we have representation from Ivory Coast. Director Konin, if you're in the meeting, you can stand. Okay, I understand he's still trying to check out of his hotel. He'll be joining us shortly. Then I'll go to members of my management, and I'll start with now the regional CEOs. So we have the regional CEO seated there. I'll start with the regional CEO of Zambia, Seleman. You can wave. So his subsidiary in Lusaka covers the 10 African countries in South African region, including South Africa itself. Then we have Tadeo Subuga. He's our manager in Uganda, the boss of Uganda. Okay, and his subsidiary has really growing so fast. We thank the regulator for creating very good conditions. Then we have my friend Faris Kablan Monsu. Okay, so he's in charge of Kenya Re, Cote d'Ivoire, again representing 14 countries. And we are intending to expand his scope and give him some satellite branches. And then I can come to now my management at the group level. I'll start with general managers. Okay. We can start with our CFO, Ruth, you can wave. Okay. Then we can go to a lady you may all know. She has given us service for more than 30 years. Interacted with most of you, especially in the international community. She's among the pioneers of the international business. That is Beth Nyaga, our insurance manager. Okay. We have another general manager who is not with us here, and that is general manager in charge of property and investments. We can also introduce our company secretary if he's there. He's right over there. Charles Karaoke, you can wave. Okay. Then I can urge the rest of us, to save time, the rest of us, members of management, members of staff at Kenya Re, you can be upstanding. Okay. Let us kindly wave to our business partners. Very good. Okay. And I would want to have a special recognition to the organizing committee. You did a good job. We can all agree they did a good job. Okay? Then allow me now to recognize the sponsors. I want the sponsors to stand and wave as I mention your name. So we'll start with the last speaker here. That is Mr. Atul Bodha. Okay. He's our platinum sponsor. And again, as he said, they gave us our first treaty in 1971. So ours is a 43-year relationship, and we appreciate sustaining the same. Okay. We can then go to now the College of Insurance, our host. Thank you, Dr. Ben Kajang. And as I told him yesterday, most likely the next AIO president is seated right here. So you need to be very nice to us because we can decide to host the next AIO here. Okay. So again, we can go to other sponsors. We have a company called Dynamic, Safaricom. If you are here, you can be upstanding. Dynamic, Mr. Isaac Maina, or Safaricom. Okay, those are bronze sponsors. Okay. Then we can go to another bronze sponsor, that is Ken Bright. If you are here, kindly stand. Thank you, Mr. Gondi. Thank you, Ezekiel. Then we have ACTSAF, Mr. Abed Mureidi. If you are here, you can be upstanding. Abed is our finest actuary in this country. Okay, how are you? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have now our biggest banks, starting with the Kenya Commercial Bank. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Then we can go to NCBA, if you are here. Kindly stand and wave. So that is another sponsor. Thank you, gentlemen. Then we can go to Cooperative Bank, if you are here again. You can just stand. Thank you so much. Then we go to Gulf Bank, if you are here. Thank you. Thank you for sponsoring, and thank you also for coming in as a panelist. And then we have Equity Bank, if you are here. Again, you can be upstanding. Okay, so before I go to other sponsors, maybe for the international guests, it's good to know that Equity Bank, Cooperative Bank, NCBA, these are Kenyan-owned banks that have gone regional. Okay, they control more than half our budget, our national budget, and we appreciate that they stood with us in this event. We also really recognize the sacrifice made by others because we went that extra step to make this happen. Then we want to recognize our other business partners, starting with First Three Brokers. Thank you, Kaditu. Thank you so much. He's also our former employee. Thank you for supporting us, Kaditu. Okay. Then we go to Global Bara 3. Again, thank you, Santa. Thank you for your support. We go to Kenya Alliance. Again, if you are here, kindly. Okay. So in your absence, Masi Degwa, thank you so much for your support. Monarch, kindly. My friend Gatudu, thank you so much for supporting us. CIC Insurance, if you are here, again. I received apologies from Meshach and my friend Ruoro. Again, thank you for your support. Madison Insurance, I'm sure Chege, you are here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. These are my former colleagues. Thank you so much. Okay. I would also want to recognize our international visitors and our local visitors. In summary, we had 26 registrations from Francophone countries. We had 172 from Anglophone countries, excluding Kenya, and 77 from Middle East and Asia. And lastly, we have 121 from Kenya. So we thank you so much for your participation. So at this point, we may want to share our speeches till our guest speakers arrive because of protocol reasons. But again, our apologies, and let us enjoy ourselves. We are here to interact. We are here to influence our regulators. We are here to induce some thought processes to now have our lives easier. Among the participants will be other regulators, not just insurance, like data commissioners, appreciating that at times regulation becomes obstacle to the way we are doing business. So how do you balance compliance to data protection in areas like medical business, okay, and still make money? How do you balance now the increasing stringent, almost choking regulation and business? Then how do you also balance other stakeholders' concerns like sustainability? Okay? Someone who is telling you it is not just about making money. Okay? Again, we are here to invoke all those processes and believe that by the time we are done with this session, we can influence policies not just in Kenya, but also in other countries. Okay? I'm being told that we left out a very good sponsor, actually a sponsor who is currently working on a product with us, one of the major products, and that is Amara. You can be upstanding. Thank you so much. They not only sponsored again, but also sent a panelist and a keynote speaker. So thank you so much for your support. Okay. So in the course of our interactions, we are going to hear new things. Things that at this level, because you are CEOs, may be just an afterthought, but things that are going to affect your business. So we might hear some technical terms like InsurTech, AI, okay, Zero Trust, ESG, IFRS, S1, S2, okay? How do they apply and affect your business? And how do you get ready for that? But not to preempt what we have for us, we urge you to be patient with us. We also urge you to have open minds, but also feel free to interact with the person sitting next to you. Thank you so much. God bless you. And karibu tena. Welcome to Kenya. Akwaba. Thank you.
So thank you so much for those recognitions. And as he mentioned, we are going to be shelving some of the speeches we're going to be giving for protocol issues. Once again, we do apologize for starting late, and of course, we're still waiting for our chief guest to join us. In the meantime, what we're going to do, I'm going to request us to turn our attention to the screens because we've got some videos of some of our key partners who ensured that what we're having here today was able to take place. So if you can have some of the videos on our screens, and thereafter, we might be able to at least have a very quick break before we come back. And hopefully by then, we can be able to start the program. Yeah, if my tech team, if our videos are ready.
Kenya Insurance is a Pan-African reinsurer, okay, operating in Africa, Middle East, and Asia. 900 companies. These are sedans. And we reinsure local and international companies. So we have seen our business again grow from a few lines to a product offering of around 12 products. The subsidiaries, that is in Ivory Coast, in we still have Kenyan board members sitting in those boards. but the majority of the board members are from those countries. We have Kenya Reinsurance is a Pan-African reinsurance, okay, operating in Africa, Middle East, and Asia. So in total, we serve over 900 companies. These are cedants, brokers, and of course work closely with the regulators in all these countries, 83 countries in total. And we reinsure local and international companies. So we have seen our business again grow from a few lines to a product offering of around 12 products. The subsidiaries,
just even as we are trying to fix the
Zambia and Uganda,
technical issues,
they have regional
maybe if we can just pause the video, we fix the technical
again,
issues.
Because we own them 100%, we still have.
Yeah, thank you. We are going to be inviting the representative of from the Principal Secretary's office. He's going to be speaking in his stead. And this is the Director General, Budget, Fiscal and Economic Affairs, Mr. Albert Mwenda, to come and give us a few remarks before we move on to the next part, which might be just a brief break. Bon Albert, tafadhali. Karibu sana.
Thank you, MC. Good morning. First of all, before I speak, allow me to convey the apologies of the PS National Treasury, Dr. Chris Kiptoo. He was scheduled to be here by last night at 9. Is when the plans changed, and there are some urgent and critical matters they had to attend to this morning. And he had asked me to represent him, and I will do exactly that by reading his remarks. Allow me to do exactly that. So Dr. Catherine Kimura, the chairperson of the board of directors of the Kenya Re, Dr. Hilary Washinga, the CEO of the Kenya Re, distinguished guests and captains of the insurance and reinsurance sector from Kenya and the region, friends of the industry, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. It is a great honor to join you today for this CEO Summit. And let me start by thanking Kenya Reinsurance Corporation for providing an avenue for great minds to share ideas from within Kenya and the region. The theme of this summit, Leaders' Perspective, Sustainable Growth for Global Insurance Industry, could not be more timely or relevant. We are living in times when we need to strengthen our systems and make them more resilient to shocks and changes that we've been experiencing. For example, the frequent effects of climate change. Rightfully so, the insurance sector is at the heart of building resilience as it provides a solution for risk management. Ladies and gentlemen, I am here today because the National Treasury recognizes the critical contribution that the insurance and reinsurance sectors make towards achieving the objectives of fostering sustainable development, promoting financial inclusion, and ensuring economic resilience. Insurance plays a vital role in promoting investment and ensuring financial security for businesses and individuals alike. Because of the crucial role that you play, the National Treasury has no choice and has therefore chosen to be a long-standing partner to enhance the sector. Our collaboration has been instrumental in shaping policies and creating an enabling environment for growth and sustainability. A good example of this partnership is the development of the draft National Insurance Policy, which was crafted with significant input from the key stakeholders in the insurance sector. This policy aims to modernize the regulatory framework, enhance consumer protection, and promote adoption of innovative solutions that improve access to insurance services, especially among the underserved populations. By working together, we have ensured that the policy aligns with both the industry's needs and the government's objectives of economic growth, financial inclusion, and promotion of social welfare. Beyond this, we have also forged public-private partnerships, particularly in the infrastructure development, to ensure that our projects are protected against risks and have been instrumental in promoting the development of micro-insurance products aimed at reaching low-income populations. The opportunities that lie ahead for us in this region are for greater collaboration, and I hope that you will take up the challenge to engage with us on the same. In particular, I want to emphasize how closely this summit aligns with our priorities as we continue to implement policies aimed at improving the business environment and attracting investment. The role of the insurance sector remains central. The ongoing development of innovative insurance products driven by technology is a key enabler of economic resilience. I am happy to note that these products are reaching sectors that were traditionally not covered and coming up with ways to protect different industries from these risks. Our country's GDP is driven by key sectors such as agriculture, which is a key priority sector under the bottom-up economic transformation. This sector, however, are largely undercovered. We need to put our heads together and come up with ways to get people to accept insurance as a crucial spend for their businesses. See how we can develop products that build on existing solutions such as index-based coverage to get more people on board. Beyond products, I also urge you to come up with collaboration to enhance education, awareness, of insurance in the country by working together. What seems like a big lift will be made easier. I cannot also forget that we are operating in times when we are seeking regional integration. And it would also be important to look for ways of fostering cross-border growth of insurance sector. Expanding access to insurance services, especially to underserved populations, will play a critical role in reducing poverty and promoting equity in our country. I therefore encourage all stakeholders here today to contribute to these national objectives by innovating around products that cater to the unique needs of our people. In conclusion, let me take this opportunity once again to express my appreciation for the Kenya Re's effort to not only strengthen the insurance market in Kenya, but also to build capacity across the region. Your work in this space is commendable, and I look forward to seeing the continued positive impact of your work on both our national economy and the broader regional market. As we move forward, I am confident that the discussions and insights shared here today will guide the future direction of our industry in ensuring that it remains a critical driver of Kenya's economic prosperity. I thank you.
Another round of applause for the DG, a louder one. Thank you very much, DG. Ladies and gentlemen, as we had been told, we'll take like 15 minutes break. Let's be back here, 15 minutes, that will be around midday. Let's be back here at least 5 minutes to midday. And as you go out for the short break, those who are interested for the Friday excursions can take advantage of this time to please register so that you can secure your space for the Friday excursions. Thank you very much. And as we go for tea break, the media team, please prepare the clips so that we can be able to run them right after the break. Thank you. Tea is served right behind the doors. And like we had been told, the ladies and the gents are right behind there. So you may want to take this break.
Mr. John Bandi, the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury, and in absentia, Dr. Chris Kipto, Permanent Secretary, National Treasury, Mr. Albert Mwenda, Director General, Budget, Fiscal, and Economic Affairs, Honorable Dr. Catherine Kimura, Group Chairman of Kenya Re and my boss, board members from Kenya Re Group, board members from Kenya Re Uganda, board members from Kenya Re Zambia, and board members from Kenya Re Ivory Coast, regulators, reinsurance CEO, Mr. Ronald, CEOs from local and international companies, in total 340 partners, other invited guests, my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to our first CEO Summit in our 44 years of existence. Let us all thank God for this historic moment. I thank the government of Kenya, led by His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for creating a conducive business environment for this to happen. Thank you all again for coming. Today marks an exciting start for the next couple of 2 days that will be filled with sharing of knowledge and varied experiences. Thank you again for joining us yesterday for dinner. I hope you are now fully settled and are ready to interact both intellectually and socially. I'm sincerely excited to host you in my home country in this event that is the first of its kind. In Africa, we like to say that it takes a village to raise a child. For our industry, this is a village, and we'll all have part to play to ensure that the insurance sector grows sustainably and responsibly. We know how important our business is for economic development, and we have embraced our role as a global reinsurer. We have significantly increased our risk capacity and by extension increased our risk appetite to accept more business across all lines. Our customer centricity has also allowed us to offer flexibility in pricing and also crafting solutions that are more responsive to your needs. Our business is anchored on relationship management, and that is what has informed this summit. As we wind up the year, this summit gives us another opportunity to reflect on our sector, what we have done, and what more can be done for the betterment of the insurance industry globally. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not always about competition, but also joining forces to address problems that mutually face our businesses. The focus is to actually improve insurance penetration globally. By fostering collaborative spirit, we can create a win-win situation for all stakeholders. Insurance companies can expand their client base, policyholders can gain access to robust risk management solutions, and the economy can benefit from a more financially secured population. Before I conclude, allow me again, in the presence of our chief guest, to recognize our international visitors from 31 nationalities. Again, allow me to recognize our sponsors, also recognize our peer and the regulators, as well as other stakeholders. Those are the brokers and agents. Again, welcome once more to this summit, and we wish you a nice day in Nairobi. Thank you so much, and God bless you. With those not so few remarks, allow me to introduce my boss, Honorable Dr. Catherine Kimura, to give her remarks and also introduce our chief guest. Karibu, Chairman.
Thank you, Bono MD. Distinguished guests, welcome to this summit. We are glad to have all of you. And we are honored to have our Honorable Cabinet Secretary, Honorable John Bandi, to be with us here this afternoon. So mine is to thank all of you for joining us today for this auspicious occasion as we look at what our business is like and the vision that we should have, not only Kenya Re, but together with those who give us business. So let me at the same time recognize those of our board directors who have come from our subsidiaries. You're very welcome and thank you for joining us. Our joining us today together is to rethink our business as Kenya Re with our partners from the various markets that give us business. We want to have a shared strategic vision, and we are grateful that you'll be part of our planning as we chart our path into the future. As we interact together in the next few days, we are represented with a unique opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue, to share insights, and to collectively explore the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for the insurance industry. This summit is not just about addressing the issues we face today, but also about crafting a long-term strategy that will guide us and guide our industry through the complexities of the future. At Kenya Re, we believe in the power of collaboration. We understand the insurance industry plays a critical role in the stability and growth of our economies. As such, it is our shared responsibility to ensure that we are not only prepared to meet the demands of the present, but also strategically positioned to navigate the uncertainties of tomorrow. It is my sincere appreciation to all of you for your continued support and collaboration, and I believe that together we can overcome the challenges facing the industry and unlock the immense potential that lies ahead. I want to thank you all for honoring us with your presence, and we all look forward to a very successful meeting. It is now my pleasure to invite the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, Honorable John Bandi, AGM CS, National Treasury and Economic Planning, to address the summit. Welcome, CS Bandi.
Thank you, Chair. First, allow me to start by registering my apologies. I must have contributed to the late starting of this meeting. I had an early engagement at State House with the Vice President of World Bank and the President of the Republic of Kenya. I thought it would end quickly, but unfortunately, we started an hour late, and so you'll bear with me. It's unfortunate, but I really tried to make sure that I'm here in the shortest time possible. I hope my apologies is accepted. Since I didn't see any hand up objecting and I've received a clap, now I'm very happy. Dr. Catherine Kimura, the Group Chairman of the Kenya Reinsurance, Dr. Hilary Washinga, Group Managing Director of Kenya Re, and CEOs and Managing Directors from Kenya, Africa, and the globe as a whole. Good afternoon. I want to thank you and greet you and give you a warm welcome to this summit. I am honored to be part of this gathering of esteemed leaders and experts from the insurance sector. I'm informed that we have visitors from outside the country. First of all, let me welcome you to Kenya and take some time to visit our attractions in the city and popular destinations across our beautiful country. Actually, Nairobi is the only city in the world with a national park. And fortunately, we are just a stone throw away from that national park. Please enjoy yourself. We have beautiful weather, especially now. A few weeks ago, it was not very nice. But today, I think we have a very friendly and welcoming weather. So those, our friends from across Africa, we want to welcome you and hope that you will enjoy your stay in Nairobi and Kenya in general. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy that the theme of the conference considers sustainable growth for the insurance industry. This is an important learning platform that can generate solutions to enhance insurance uptake, or what I would call insurance penetration. Currently, the penetration is at or only an estimated 3% of the people of Kenya and are covered or have insurance, or in terms of insurance penetration. Yet we have an average in Africa of 1.6%. So at the face of it, you may think that Kenya is doing well, but if we compare ourselves to the global average, which I think is 6% or more, then we are not doing very well. So just about 1.6% of Africans have any form of insurance, leaving a lot of room for more business to enhance the lives of our people. Insurance uptake relies heavily on socio-economic development, which determines people's ability to afford products. As we tackle the challenges of development as a nation, I appreciate your efforts as an industry of innovating new products that speak to the needs of different income groups to make insurance products as affordable and as flexible as possible. In our development agenda, insurance plays the important role of securing individual investments and businesses against unforeseen risks. And so to encourage investment in this country, we expect a lot of support from the insurance industry, because no one would come to a jurisdiction and invest where they are not guaranteed of their investments in the event of unforeseen risks. And so you have a very important role to play in our development agenda. So by mitigating these risks, you promote investments directly, entrepreneurship, and even innovation. And to promote growth, the government has put in place several key policies and strategies that align with the insurance industry's development agenda. Our bottom-up economic transformation agenda is geared towards economic turnaround and inclusive growth through a value chain approach by targeting sectors with high growth impacts. We aim to bring down the cost of living, eradicate hunger, create jobs, expand the tax base, and improve our foreign exchange balances. This will be achieved through targeted investments in agriculture, micro, small, and medium enterprises, the housing and settlements, health, and finally, digital superhighway and creative economy. This will present numerous opportunities for the insurance sector. For example, in agriculture, through a partnership with local insurers and development partners, we introduced a shilling for a shilling program that subsidizes insurance cover for farmers. You have an opportunity to expand livestock index-based insurance and crop index-based insurance to protect our farmers from climate-related risks, because, as you are aware, climate change is a reality. The effects of the same is here with us. What we now need to do is to mitigate, and your role as an industry is called out. This will encourage them to produce more to improve food security. We are keen on supporting our small and medium enterprises to ensure they have sustainable businesses. Insurance will play the crucial role of ensuring that they survive any unforeseen shocks and hardships. You'll agree with me that MSMEs are more vulnerable, that needs a lot of cushioning. And there again, we call upon the insurance industry to help encourage this growing or young sector. I therefore encourage you to avail to them insurance products that cover the whole spectrum of their needs. In the housing front, we are investing in increasing the supply of new housing to reduce the number of households without proper housing. Insurance will get an opportunity to provide protection to developers, lenders, and homeowners. The government is dedicated to providing a regulatory framework that promotes investment and growth in the insurance sector. Already, we have established licensing regime to build and maintain confidence and make it easy for those interested in entering the market. The existing Insurance Act was also amended to improve regulatory oversight and enhance consumer protection. The government is open to hearing from industry players on how to continually improve the regulatory framework. There is room to incorporate your concerns. We have also developed regulations in the areas of microinsurance and Takaful to promote diversity and inclusion in the market. We will continue to collaborate closely, that is a commitment, with you to ensure that our laws and regulations are in line with global best practices and promote the growth of a thriving and resilient industry. So when this ministry will be formulating taxation policies, we would want you, and I would guarantee you that we will come up with those tax policies and generally policies that would help promote the industry rather than policies which would discourage the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, as you embark on discussions at this summit, remember that the ultimate goal is to build a more inclusive and prosperous Kenya, Africa, and the world as a whole. An insurance sector that is responsive, innovative, and accessible to all is the cornerstone of this vision. By working together, we can ensure that everyone has the opportunity to achieve their full potential, free from the fear of financial ruin due to unexpected events. Because technology has opened up geographical borders, let us also enhance provision of risk solutions that promote cross-border trade. This will be key to enhancing intra-Africa trade. I commend the Kenya Insurance Corporation for organizing this summit and bringing together such a distinguished group of leaders and experts. Your collective insights and experiences will undoubtedly contribute to the advancement of the industry and, by extension, the economic development of our countries. Kenya Re is our national reinsurer and a listed company at the NSE. I thank you for continuing to entrust your business to them as you seek cover for yourself. But before I conclude, there is no insurance industry that can thrive if there is no overall economic prosperity. And therefore, allow me just to mention a couple of things around the economy. I'll not take long. The world economy is facing a lot of challenges attributed to a number of factors, one of which is the geopolitical dynamics. We have the war in Ukraine. We have now the war in Gaza, which we didn't know would take that long. We have also had other challenges. We have had pandemics. We have just come out of the COVID-19. There is a threat of mpox in the region and many others across the globe. There is the climate effects, as the Horn of Africa had a drought not long ago, and then now followed by flooding. As a country, we were not left out of that. So with all these, The world economy has not been doing very well, and you also know that the Chinese economy is not growing as it used to grow a couple of years ago. And we know how big that economy, the second largest economy in the world. America, or the US economy, has also had its share of challenges. We also observe the positive ones, that there is good progress in the Indian economy as an emerging economy. But with all this, Kenya is not cushioned. We are not in isolation. We are in the global economy, which grew just by about 3.2% or 3.3%, and is not projected to grow faster than that. And across Africa, there has been slowed economic growth. But the positive side is that the Kenyan economy has been resilient enough to grow in 2023 at 5.6%. With the challenges we encountered, we grew, or we are now, in the first quarter of this year, we grew by about 5%. We project to grow at an average of 5.2, 5.4% max. And then 2025, we may grow at 5.5% in the medium term. That is what we project. But that economic growth is not creating jobs as we would want, because a lot of the growth is in the informal sector, is in agriculture, which is largely informal, and again, also driven by the services sector. So we need to look at agriculture in a different perspective, look at it not as an end in itself, but as a means to an end. To have agriculture to support manufacturing, then we will create more employment opportunities. That is a trajectory, that is a vision of the government and my ministry. But there are some macroeconomic fundamentals that are looking very, very positive. One of them is our forex cover, which is at over more than 4 months, 4.4, 4.6, which is commendable. And also we have the inflation largely contained. The latest was 4.4% in the month of August. We have also positives in other areas, apart from the interest rates, which have been a little higher, but is coming down. And the interest rates have been higher largely because of the tightening monetary policies and our foreign exchange fluctuation, which happened this year. But our foreign exchange has now stabilized, or is stabilizing around 128 to 130 of the dollar. We've done very well, especially after demonstrating that we could pay back the Eurobond, which I think caused the shock. So, but we still have a number of issues to deal with, and that is where I was heading to, one of which is consolidating our fiscal policy to deal with the public debt, which is now our single biggest economic challenge. I will not go into the details, but I will tell you that we need a number of efforts to be put to manage our public debt, one of which is to mobilize our domestic resources, because the international finances are shrinking by the day. And also to look at our expenditure, our spend, to ensure that we spend prudently, efficiently, and there is value for money, there is economy, and there is transparency. And that is why this government is adopting back-to-back, end-to-end e-procurement system. The day before yesterday, I signed off 560 million shillings to help us acquire a system that would ensure that we implement the e-procurement end-to-end, from budgeting to procurement to payment and to use of goods, so that we have value for money. I have said so much about the economy. Maybe now, if I go beyond that, I'll certainly bore many of us. So, because I don't want to spoil your mood, you still have a long period here. And let me just conclude by saying the following. For our visitors, Kenya is open for business. Actually, the biggest market should be your neighbor. As they say, you can choose your friends, but you cannot choose your neighbor. However bad-mannered your neighbors are, you have to live with them. So even if probably we are bad-mannered in a way, please live with us, be our customers as we become your customers. Remember, Kenya is the regional and economic investment hub of this region, and we look forward to more collaboration going forward. With those, according to my written speech, I said few remarks, but let me amend it and say, with those many remarks, I want to thank you and wish you a fruitful discussion. And now I declare the event officially open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Waziri, and grand merci. And since it's been officially declared open, and I know Waziri has a very tight schedule because he just told us where he's from, and definitely we know he's going to be going back there to ensure that everything is properly tight and neat. We are going to be moving straight to our first panel because we've heard people speaking and the speeches talking about issues of sustainability. Bwana Waziri mentioned issues of policy, and that's where everything starts. So the first panel session we're going to be having is going to be on issues of policy and regulatory considerations for growth and sustainability in the insurance industry. And of course, it's going to be led by a very rich panel. But before I invite the moderator, who is going to be taking us through this particular first panel. We will have two panels today. This is the first one, then another one immediately after lunch. I'm going to be inviting somebody who is going to be setting the tone. And this is Mr. Kalai Muse, Director Supervision at IRA. He came and spoke earlier on, but maybe just going to be setting the tone ever so briefly before we dive into the nitty-gritties of the first topic, which is on policy and regulatory considerations for growth and sustainability in the insurance industry. So, karibu sana Bwana Kalai, welcome. So maybe if the team can get his presentation ready, so we can have it on the screen so that everybody can be able to follow the presentation ever so closely. If my tech team can assist with that. And maybe just a reminder of what the second panel is going to be in the afternoon. That is going to be on climate change, resilience, sustainable investment, social impact, and inclusivity. We spoke immensely about the impact of climate change, spoke about how issues of drought and famine have affected the industry. That is what we're going to be handling in the afternoon. But for now, as we wait for the presentation to be put on screen, we are going to be having the first panel is going to be moderated, of course, by Dr. Hilary Washinga. And the panelists who are going to be taking part in that discussion, we'll have Mr. Kadunabi, who is here with us. Thank you for joining us today. Ms. Nancy Muhoya is also here. Ms. Immaculate Kasait, Mr. Hatnel Ndungi, and of course, on topic 5, Mr. Benjamin Ande is also going to be speaking about issues of compliance as a catalyst for innovation and consumer protection. Our tech team, are we ready with the presentation? Okay. Yeah, being informed that the presentation is coming up shortly. So we will try to keep the first panel as tight-knit as possible, and I'm sure the moderator is going to be handling that with regards to time. Once again, since we started a bit late, we will push lunch just a bit, but not to worry, we don't have to move very far. Everything is taking place here. So once that is done, we will all proceed to the 8th floor, That is where we're going to be having our lunch with a fantastic view of what we were mentioning earlier on, the national park, the only one of its kind in the world, and we're definitely going to be enjoying that. So the presentation that is coming on screen. Okay. So karibu tena. Let me invite you for the third time. Hoping this is the final time we're inviting you. Karibu tena. Also, maybe if our tech team can come and help him with the prompter screen that is down here, so he's able to see exactly how his presentation is flowing. Karibu.
Thank you, Bwana MC. I think I'll quickly go through this presentation, basically to set the tone for the panel discussion, which is coming up. I hope we can move the slides, please. Basically, we are talking about policy regulatory considerations for sustainable growth in the insurance industry. Just as it's an introduction, we know that we've been talking about the dynamic world we are in. So in this kind of dynamic environment, sustainable growth in the industry requires clear and deep understanding of the policy and regulatory landscapes. We face some challenges in the industry, as it has been discussed. We have climate change. We have evolving technologies. We have socio-economic shifts. Under all this, sustainable growth is not just desirable, but it is essential. I will be talking about the strategies which we can use to navigate these complexities as we ensure compliance and ensure that there is innovation in the industry. What are some of the global regulatory trends that we are seeing? Of course, you know, as regulators, we have been focusing on financial stability, consumer protection, and risk-based supervision. That has been our focus. There is also the impact of the regulatory bodies. We have associations like the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, IAS, where a lot of us regulators, we are members. We have the OECD, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. These bodies have been working on policies to promote transparency, solvency, and risk management. There is also an issue of trends in the regulatory innovation. And very important, countries have been embracing what we call regulatory sandboxes to encourage innovation, while still maintaining robust oversight. Sandboxes, you know, in Kenya, we call it Bima Box. Basically, we are talking of testing products and services which may not be allowed under the regulatory framework existing at the moment, but we allow that testing of those ideas to see whether they can work, and then going forward, see how we can allow them, probably under the same legal framework, or even coming up with a new regulatory framework for those products. We also have regulatory challenges. Of course, insurers must navigate the complex and evolving regulatory landscape and try to balance the issue of compliance with innovation, which again is it's a challenge. We look at the sustainability imperative. We have the sustainable goals, which insurers are uniquely placed to promote through probably the way we underwrite, the claims payment processes, the investments we invest in. All these are factors we can look at as we play our role in supporting the global sustainability goals. Again, the issue of ESG, environment, social, and governance in the risk management of insurance companies, in the pricing models, in how we develop products, our insurance products. All these are factors we can put into place to help us participate in the sustainability agenda. Of course, not forgetting about the market demand. Customers and investors are increasingly asking for this. They want to know whether you adopt sustainable practices before they can buy your products, before they can invest with you. This again, it poses challenges and also opportunities for us as an industry to grow. We can also look at regulation as a catalyst for innovation. Those regulatory frameworks, which are forward-looking, they're actually supposed to actually spur innovation. We can't ignore innovation. And as I mentioned, that's why the beamer boxes come in, as we allow insurers to test their products. Otherwise, we will be killing innovation. And if we do that, we may not be able to progress. We have examples of where some of these things have worked. We have examples in UK, in Singapore, where some of these initiatives have actually worked, and we can borrow from there. Also, the aspect of balancing innovation and regulation. While innovation is crucial, we can't forget about consumer protection and financial stability. All these factors are factors we must try to balance and get a balance to be able to prosper. Then we can look at the challenges of regulatory compliance, starting with the burden of compliance. All these requirements will definitely require costs to go with them. We must be ready to incur costs as we try to comply. I'm sure all of us are aware of what has happened with the implementation of the IFRS 17. A very expensive affair. We have to redo our systems to be able to comply with that requirement. These are sacrifices we have to make. Issues of cross-border compliance. As earlier mentioned, we have insurers who are multinational. They do business in different countries, and you can imagine where they find different requirements in every country they go to. I remember even when we were implementing the IFRS 17, some players will come and tell us, no, this country has given an extension. Give us an extension because we'll be given in the other country. You see, those differences are issues to look at, and there are challenges when it comes to compliance with the regulatory requirements. Of course, that is combined with the regulatory fragmentation because we have different requirements in different countries, and these players are expected to comply with those requirements. And of course, not forgetting the risk of non-compliance, which will come with fines, charged by regulators, reputational damage, loss of trust of customers, and all these factors will come in as challenges for regulatory compliance. Evolving risks and regulatory requirements. Of course, as mentioned, new risks coming up. Again, climate change, cyber threats, pandemics, we have talked about that. All these are changing the way the risks we are getting. And we need to address them and come up with the models which can factor them in and manage them. Again, issues of a regulatory focus. Regulators will be looking for better risk management frameworks. It's a risk-based. Regulators will be asking you, how do you manage all these risks? That's a question you should expect. So you'll be hearing of issues of stress testing, financial disclosures related to climate change. Actually, as we talk, the International Association of Insurance Supervisors have issued a paper, a guidance paper, on the disclosures related to climate change. These are issues we are going to come to you and require that you have in place. Then issues of strategic partnerships are also important. And I know the CS has already mentioned one, where the government comes in to partner with the insurance companies or players to protect those vulnerable regions or societies on the risks they face. Even on cyber and digital infrastructure protection, regulatory bodies and insurance companies need to come together and come up with frameworks which can respond to these risks. On ESG, insurers and regulators also need to ensure that ESG principles are embedded in the regulatory frameworks to make sure that the products we sell align with the sustainability goals. These are factors in the changing environment that we need to think about and talk about and see how best we can address them. As I conclude, remember, regulation and policy are critical drivers to sustainable growth in the industry. Collaboration between regulators and industry players is essential to ensure that we have an environment which is conducive to innovation and sustainability. Navigating compliance challenges and adopting ESG principles will ensure that the industry's long-term growth is there. So as leaders, we must proactively engage with policymakers, invest in compliance, as indicated, and sustainability strategies so that we lead the change towards a more resilient and innovative future for the insurance industry. So those are the factors that we need to think about and talk about to address these challenges. Thank you very much. That's a presentation.
Thank you very much for that. At least now we've set the tone for what our first panel is going to be discussing. And just to reiterate the topic on issues of regulatory considerations for growth and things about sustainability, a word that has emerged severally. How do we make it sustainable? We've mentioned very many issues of the challenges, but also with challenges come solutions. And to take us through this first panel, I'm going to invite Dr. once again, Dr. Hilary Washinga, to come and introduce his panel. And thereafter, we are going to be taking a couple of minutes to dive into the various thematic areas so that we can be able to get this first panel going. So, Dr. karibu sana. And just to inform all our panelists that we have the microphones that are already set on the table, so you'll speak, we'll be able to hear you. Karibu sana, Daktari.
Sure. Again, thank you so much, Mr. Kalai. Well done. And before I start, I would request whether the Ugandan regulator has any remarks to make before we go to moderation and paneling of the presentation. So welcome, Alhaji Kadunabi. Welcome.
Mr. Kalai Muse, representing the Commission of Insurance, IRA Kenya, the chairperson of IRA of Kenya Re, and the Group MD of Kenya Re, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I was requested to put down something on regulation or regulatory resilience, preparing the industry for a changing world. And the way I want to tackle it is projected up there, but just to manage the risk, the one managing the slides can only move them when I say so. In the alternative, you bring the gadget, I manage it from here. So I intend really to tell you why do we have regulation. And I'll be brief, mindful of the time lost. And I'll tell you what we are doing right now. Then quickly, I'll tell you what is changing, in my view. Then the new focus of where the regulation should be looking. And then we go to the expectations of the players. But before I really dwell much into that, we must understand what is this resilience we are talking about, because it is critical that we know really resilience, what is and who should be resilient. In my view, systems and institutions must all remain steadfast in order to withstand the disruptions which come. If you do that, then you are resilient. If the regulations can talk to that, then it means they are resilient. If the insurance players can talk to that, then they remain resilient. You just tell me where should it face in order to move? Where? Okay, the current situation, or where we are right now, and I'm telling you that we have seen that we are looking at protecting customers and maintaining market stability and ensuring a fair practices all over. This is what we do. This is what the regulation is doing. And why do we do that? We do it in order to ensure that we build trust. This is your job. This is the job of the regulator. Because if we don't do it and we lose trust, I have always told my audience that insurance sells papers. If that paper is meaningless to me, then it means I cannot part with my money, my hard-earned money. And that's why we look at safeguarding the policyholders' interests so that there is no financial loss. And again, we do that through ensuring that the companies will at all times remain resilient. I heard from the Group MD saying that the regulations are indeed very, very, I can't exactly remember the real word used, but it is intended to ensure that you remain, you remain solvent, and the promise you make, you respect it so that there is trust. And that does not mean that we may not be overdoing one thing or the other, but it takes the discussion to ensure that we can strike a balance between which one to take. The other one is we have come up with various regulations, various interventions, guidelines, and circulars, which should make sure that we are all clear on the direction we want the industry to move. And all that is intended to ensure that when we talk of new things like IFRS 17 and other interventions, we are talking of reserving, we are talking of whatever ways of looking at the practice we do, we provide that guidance. So that one is what we are doing now. We can do it better. Also, in Uganda, we approved the premiums, because when we didn't approve the premiums, we were seeing that the players were competing on premiums, yet they are supposed to compete on service provision. Then the regulators have really introduced various ways of how to do it, and all these are intended to ensure that the ultimate of claim settlement is at par. That is the reason why insurance companies exist. That's the reason why the regulator exists, if we cannot respect the claims when they fall due, then we all become useless. Can we go to the next slide? The other one is we have made that, I have really talked to why we do it, to ensure that we have trust. And the commitments we make are to ensure that there is stability, fairness in the market. And when you do that, you are clear that you have protected the policyholder's interest, and if the policyholder or the prospect knows that there is someone who is doing it, it means he can comfortably part with his money in order to buy that policy, which is evidenced by that piece of paper, and he knows that when something comes up, he will be paid. The other issue which is worthy noting and we are doing is the approach we are engaging when we are approaching the emerging challenges, emerging markets, emerging challenges, the way we address them, the way we touch on those issues which are critical is fundamental, because it talks to the robustness of the underwriters, and it will also talk to the mobilization of resources, the long-term funds which we talked of is all needed in that line. Next slide, please. And this is talking of what is changing. What is changing is really that we must respond to the global landscape. At the global arena, things are not static. Things are changing. And they are changing pretty fast. So we must also, as regulators, we must change at that fast speed. But at the same time, the underwriters, the brokers, and all the players must also change at that fast speed. Because if we don't, then we'll have a challenge. One of the things which are changing is the technological advancements and the shifting of consumers' expectations. I cannot talk of the requirements of Gen Zs when I'm in Kenya, because at least you have experienced what their voice of recent than any one of us. So we must change. To what extent should we continue looking at people expecting to get a policy document which will be sent after a month or 2 months? Why can't we all embrace the technology that as I finish the buying of my product, of whatever policy, at the same time, I get a prompt which sends me the policy with clear terms and conditions. Before, we were being accused of having small prints. So now the prints must be clear, but people don't have time to read the entire essay of 10 to 20 pages. People can now summarize a policy in 1 page, and we must be explicit and clear. So that talks to the big data analytics, the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, and many others which you know, and you might even be more experts than I am. Can we go to the next slide? Again, the consumer what is shifting in the consumer's expectations indeed leads us to ensure that we must be transparent. In Uganda, we have demanded that all insurance policies should have key fact statement or key fact document, which summarizes what is in that big document. That makes life easy. And we should not change, we should not underwrite at the time of paying a claim. What we have also seen is that we have seen more things like mobile applications have come up, digital platforms have come up, and what we were talking of when we talk of the fintechs, the insurtechs, they are seriously competing with us. So what are we doing as the underwriters in order to partner with those insurtechs, fintechs, and regtechs and others to ensure that we provide a service which is better? Then the regulatory environment is also changing. I know some underwriters might not know what is being done, but my colleague Kalai and many other regulators know how many times we meet in order to compare notes of what is happening in your space, and we can copy it to our country. And we have a forum. A forum as East African insurance supervisors, and we also have another one at Africa level, and the regional one, the international one, which are all intended to ensure that we are up to the game. And we get guidance from the International Association of Insurance Supervisors when they issue the core insurance core principles. Right now, we have 26 of them, but at all times they continue to examine their adequacy and improve them. So we have no choice, but all of us have to adopt to technology. Next slide, please. The focus of regulation is on consumer protection. Our core mandate as the regulator, at least according to my law in Uganda, is to protect the policy holders. Because for them, they don't know this document which you are going to send to them. And even when you explain to them, they are not as competent as you are in order to understand what document, what you are selling to them. That's why at the Insurance Complaints Bureau in Uganda, when a case comes up and there is an allegation of mis-selling, we normally decide in favor of the client, because unless you bring enough evidence that this person knew exactly what he or she was buying, and he's just changing sides at the time of claim, we normally decide it because for you, you knew much better, and you knew what we agreed, what you have to do. The other one, which is the focus of regulation, is data security and privacy. As we all know, we are now going digital in many instances. The fear of everybody is that to what extent is my information safe to the people I share it with. This is one issue which the regulation is talking to. We are having discussions in order to continue improving it. And in Uganda, we have engaged the regulator of the telecoms, calling it Uganda Commission of Communications Commission, UCC, Uganda Communications Commission, in order to see, and the NITA, National Insurance, National whatever for data, in order to see that we can close all gaps to ensure that the data is safe. The other one is market stability. We continue to monitor how stable the market is, and also we manage the systemic risks which we identify as we do this job. And this is made to ensure that the new entrants make new things, but at the same time, we allow innovation. Next slide, please. The other issue is on innovation and competition. We do encourage innovation, and we want also to protect the people who invest in research to do innovation. I know when I was still a very active underwriter, very many people were very good at copying. But I told them that we were told of a story of a student who copied and even copied the name of the person he was copying from. So the underwriters who are fond of copying, please know that when you are not the authority of something, you cannot perfect it as someone who has invested money in it. What I can only encourage is that let all underwriters invest in research so that you develop new ideas. One of the reasons why I'm here, I had some other programs I was handling, but I'm here because of two things. One was because Kenya Re has innovated a CEO's summit. In Uganda, we have a CEO's summit, but it is not strictly for only insurance. But when Kenya Re innovated, and Dr. Hilary, well done on this, it is something which made me that let me go there so that at least I copy what is going to happen here. And believe you me, from here I'm going to put my people on some bit of, so that we can come up with some ideas which are good. But this is an innovation which is good. And we also encourage innovation and we safeguard it. In Uganda, we have an innovation week. We call it an insurance week, but in that we recognize innovators in the year. And that is good for the entire industry. Then there must be global coordination. I have already told you, as regulators, we coordinate with our other stakeholders, with our other regulators. And this is intended to ensure when someone is already licensed in Kenya and is coming to open up an insurance company in Uganda, should that be as new as I don't know what is happening? Why can't I coordinate with my other colleagues so that we make life easy for you? But at the same time, we want you also to coordinate. Someone is in Uganda, has bought a medical insurance. We are saying that ESC is one and the same. Now he's going to DRC, he's going to Kenya, he's going to Tanzania. But you tell him that your policy only stops in Uganda. Your policy only stops at the borders of Kenya. Let's also do coordination so that we can move together. Next slide, please. And I'm running fast and I'm about to conclude. When I finish these 4 slides, I'll conclude. This is what we expect. If a player wants to be resilient, what does he need to do? Or what does she need to do? I might be accused. You need to make sure that you adapt to the regulatory changes let's not think that because there was a regulation which was requiring this, it has to be that. And when they change that regulation, you want to take forever before you change. I know what we went through when IFRS 17 was introduced. Time was given, even extensions were given. So we are saying that let's all of us be fast changing. Because when you don't change fast, then the times will go past you. We are seeing many other things which are being done, and the IT and many others. We must talk to them, and then we see how everything moves much faster. And all this is intended to ensure that we have regulatory changes which talk to the standards, which talk to data protection, capital requirements, the consumer protection, and others. Next slide, please. Then the player must embrace technology. I have already talked about the need for technology. I have told you many of what we do now is selling micro-insurance, and micro-insurance can never be profitable if you have to drive from here to Naivasha in order to sell. You have to drive from there to Dian and other things. Let technology link the entire country so that everything you do, you can monitor it within the shortest time possible. The other thing you have to do is innovation. I have talked much about it, and all this must talk to one important thing, like the usage-based insurance. I have had a discussion with my colleagues, my underwriters in Uganda, and I'm asking one critical question. Someone having 5 or 10 cars, why should he continue to pay for all the 10 cars motor comprehensive when actually he drives one car at a time? Because I see that in Uganda, and I know Kenyans are more wealthy than Uganda. I imagine some of you might even be having 20 cars parked there. You need these cars to have insurance, but not all of them will be exposed at the same time. So can I pay for only that time I'm going to be using this facility? And when I park it, its insurance will cease. But you want me to pay for the full year, and I also don't have to waste that. Next slide, please. Data management and cybersecurity. Definitely, as insurance underwriters and players, emphasize this. We must make sure that as we do, many medical products are online, and many other products, people are doing it, but we must ensure that we employ those, are they called whatever hackers? They are those hackers who are allowed, and we employ them so that they check the system, how safe it is, in order for you to continue using it, and also people not to penetrate into your system and they give you, they manipulate your figures. Then the other one is the strategic partnerships. We must talk of strategic partnerships. In Uganda, we do encourage mergers and acquisitions. We are not afraid if any company comes and wants to merge with any company in Uganda, we do support it. And the regulator will always give you all the support you need. Because we know if you are much stronger, it means the retention will be higher. And when you retain higher, you can say this company came from Kenya when say Kenyari is from Kenya. No. Kenyari Uganda is Kenyari Uganda. It is not Kenyari Kenya. No, it is Kenyari Uganda. And when I'm putting to task, when something happens in Uganda, I'll not come for the group, the chairperson here. I'll go for George Okotha and Nsubu Gatadeo here. So that's what we do. And this is intended really to ensure that let us all be as open as possible to encourage stronger companies in our midst, companies which come with new ideas in our midst, and we can all move to the next level. The next slide. Then we have also to talk of risk management and resilience. At all times, when we are looking at what we do, we must ensure that we are clear on risk management. I know to some this is a new concept, and to some people they were saying that they don't have risk managers, they don't have risk officers and things like that, but it is critical. We need it if we are to move. Then the resilience. Let's not talk of companies which are not there as a going concern. For every entity, let's look at it as a going concern, a company which must outgrow you and stay much longer than you. Then the sustainability and social responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot emphasize the social responsibility much more, because we know that when we get the money, the premiums we collect it from people. And when they get, like they are building emergency ward or whatever, cancer ward or whatever they are doing, you don't want you as insurance underwriters to participate in what they do, then you are also not appreciative. We must also be seen that we don't only go to people to pick their premiums, but we go there to support the Harambes, which are there, which are intended to ensure that situations are better for everybody. Next, please. This is, in conclusion, regulation demands that we have increased will, and we ensure that we talk to the changing landscape. And the regulators, including myself, we must remain committed to strong, adaptive regulation, which safeguards the interests of the stakeholders. However, we must foster expansion or development. And all players must be proactive. Let's not wait until the minimum capital is changed that you start panicking. Let's not wait until the regulator tells you to employ a resident actuary in your company, that now you start panicking, the ones we have are not enough, and things like that. When Ezekiel there he was waiting to see who are there waiting to get the services. Let's be proactive. And I know it is not easy, but not to worry about it. May I end with a quotation, which is on the next page, please, which is a Japanese proverb, which says, the bamboo that bends is stronger than the oak that resists. Ladies and gentlemen, we must all bend, move, because if we resist, we know where we will end. I thank you for listening to me.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner. Trust me, Mr. Kadunabi, we know him for no-nonsense control regarding market, and you can be assured we couldn't want to interrupt him. That might be the longest presentation over the next 2 days, from today and tomorrow. So we request, again, whoever follows after that to kindly note the timelines. Our timings are a maximum of 10 minutes, but for Uganda, Mr. Kadunabi is Mr. Kadunabi. And we appreciate you. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. So again, we may want to just summarize the key highlights of his presentation and Mr. Kalai's presentation. I think we were very clear that we really need to comply. It is not optional. It is not optional. And for that, again, we have some key notable items coming out of this presentation. We had the issue of ESG. We will learn more about it tomorrow from my friend Patrick Muturi there. He might take us through the financial disclosures. You have a new financial standard coming up on ESG, that is IFRS S1 and S2. But I'm sure we'll learn about that tomorrow. Mr. Kalai insisted so much on collaboration, partnerships, not to worry about it. There are issues that come with now this regulation, that is data privacy, customer protection, and that balance, striking that balance between protecting capital, protecting shareholders' solvency, and again, also ensuring that we are doing proactive, not reactive regulation that should be adaptive. There was the issue of innovation and also the issue of harmonizing regulation. And we have really appreciated the support given to us in Uganda. And the understanding that the regulators have in the EAC and, of course, the wider African region. And for that, Mr. Regulator, we might be coming to Uganda very soon with a solution that we've been working on for the EAC. So we have met all the requirements in Kenya. We might be going live soon, but we want your support in Uganda. And we are also glad that among us too, we have one of the brokers. We've been working on a green energy solution, and we are happy to say we have all approvals, and we can deploy it anytime soon. You hinted on strategic partnerships. This is the only way out. And the issue of resilience and sustainability. But most importantly, your message that we must stay ahead of regulation. And that is the proactivity of now this topic. And with those few remarks, allow me to recognize my panelists. So again, we might make some changes in the program that we shared with you. So we are going to assume the regulator may not want to come back as a panelist. He is done. And we also want to assume, Mr. Kalai, you are also done. So we are going to just go through the profiles of other other panelists. So as a highlight, maybe the background of our regulator in Uganda, Mr. Kadunabi is a fellow and a certified professional of Australian and New Zealand Institute of Insurance and Finance with over 20 years of experience. He's also now the former president of AIO, that is from 2017-2018, and a respected member of Ugandan society, as a board member in many companies, private, and also a former parliamentarian in Uganda for 2 terms. And he also chaired Parliamentary Committee on National Economy and Board Trustees of Parliamentary Pensions Scheme in Uganda. He has master's degree in economic policy, planning, and a Bachelor of Science in economics from Makerere University, again in Uganda. Our own regulator, as a summary, again, he's the CEO of Kenya Regulatory Authority with over 2 decades of experience and holds an MBA from ISAMI and is also an associate of Life Management Institute in the US. He's also a member of a Chartered Insurance Institute of UK, and he was also the former head of Human Resource Capital Development and Administration in IRA. Among the other now members present here, panelists present, and when I go through your profile, you can kindly come here. We have Ms. Nancy Muhoya. Ms. Nancy Muhoya is the CEO of Ernst & Young in Kenya. I think the youngest CEO they have ever produced. So Nancy, kindly come. She's a certified public accountant with over 20 years of experience. Okay, kindly. And also holds an MBA from University of Nairobi, and also Bachelor of Commerce from University of Nairobi. Okay, she was voted top 40 under 40 women in Kenya, and also top 100 women CEOs in Africa. We want to invite Benjamin Adea from Gulf Bank. And he has extensive experience in operations and compliance, gained from a long, distinguished career in banking, stretching back for more than 20 years. So welcome, Benson. And he holds a BSc in electrical engineering from University of Nairobi. That is Benjamin Adea. We will have the DG, Director General, Mr. Albert Mwenda, representing the PS, National Treasury. So our boss, Dr. Chris Kipto, is the current permanent secretary in the Ministry of Finance in Kenya. He's now immediate principal secretary of the State Department for Trade in the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Cooperatives since 2015. He holds a PhD in international microeconomics, finance specialization from University of Nairobi. So welcome, DG. Then we have the data commissioner, and again, this is aligned to what the Ugandan regulator was highlighting on the data privacy. So we thought it twice to invite the data commissioner in Kenya. So we have Immaculate Kasaiti, kindly come. She is the first data commissioner in Kenya. She's the first data commissioner in Kenya. And she has over 12 years work experience in public sector, managing complex projects in governance, training, compliance, and strategy. She's also an advocate of the High Court and holds an MBA from USIU. Okay. Then we have Hatnol Dungi. And I wish you can start working. Sure, Hathnel is quite an achiever. He's the Chief Data Officer of the APSA Group, and recently got the title of the Africa Data Personality of the Year, an award he won. Then he also won the top 100 global innovators in data analytics. So welcome, Hathnel. Okay. And I think now we have our panels. And because a lot has been covered, we can agree these are experts in their areas. So we may not want to ask them questions. What we may want them to do is to contextualize the presentations, align them to their areas of specialization, and now give us more light as to how their areas of specialization relate to the presentation. So we want them to just spend 5 minutes maximum trying to just expound on what has been presented by the two regulators. So we can start with you, Nancy. So Kaida, go ahead.
Let me see if this works. All right, indeed, Dr. Wasinga, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, we have had a very busy morning with very important topics that were discussed by the presenters before us. Two things that came to mind, two words, that is. For me, it's about two T's. And what were the two T's that were quite profound? The number one T was trust, and the number two T was transparency. All right? So this is the context of insurance industry. The industry that we are all representing here. In my 21 years of working in the professional services industry, specifically EY, or some of you know us as Ernst & Young, I have worked with the insurance sector, I've worked with insurance companies, and I deeply understand the struggles that the insurance sector is going through. I've also worked with other industries, like financial services industries, manufacturing, mining, and others. And I can tell you, while all industries are complex, I do think that the insurance industry is extremely complex. And I speak as a financial reporting person. I speak as a professional services person. So obviously, I'm not an underwriter, right? I'm a service provider. So I speak in that context. In the context of providing services to the insurance industry, trust for us is a key aspect. It's actually the core of everything that we do every day when we leave our homes. Without trust, nothing moves. Without trust, even at personal level, you would not have the family that you have today. Without trust, that life insurance cover that you have, you wouldn't have it. Without trust, perhaps your motor vehicles would be insured by a different insurance company. Do you believe me? Do you agree with that? Can I hear a yes? Perfect. If that is the case, we understand the why. And that brings me to the second T, transparency. All right? It brings me, and that word transparency was quite common. The CS mentioned it. The Commissioner Uganda mentioned it. Everybody who talked before me spoke about trust. So we do clearly in our mind intellectually understand the why, and the why we converge here. But how about the what? What's the what? Right? For me, and in line with the topic that I was assigned as I prepared, I thought about the what. And I thought about risk-based capital. But more importantly, I thought about sustainable solvency. But let's talk about risk-based capital. Obviously, all insurance companies have got a minimum capital requirement that they must have. And I guess the exam question here is to ensure that there will be going concern. Again, that's not a new word. You're not hearing it from me for today. You've heard it before today. You've heard it even earlier before my presentation. Insurance companies must be going concern. They must be able to meet their future obligations, not just the next 12 months, but for the foreseeable, for the many, many, many years. We are talking about covers that perhaps extend beyond 12 months, all right, as an example. But that's a challenge. How do we ensure that insurance companies remain those going concerns? I do know, not just me, but all of us in the room, you could have had insurance companies that have gone under, right? It's horrifying, it is. When you think about the stakeholders of those insurance companies, whether they're the employees that they feed every day, the livelihoods that they stand for, whether they are the policy holders who have trusted them with their money, whether it is the investors who have got shares in those insurance companies, and then you wake up one day and find on the headlines, you find this and this has gone down. It's under receivership, right? And of course, the news reporters know how to best report this news. So what's our role? So we really must deeply understand how then to value those policies. Are those policies well valued such that they have taken into account all possible risks? Risk of operational risks, market risks. You had them in the morning. I don't need to mention them. But beyond minimum capital, beyond risk-based capital that seeks to ensure that insurance companies' risks or policies are commensurate to the risks exposure. What's there beyond that? Beyond there is sustainable solvency. But what's sustainable solvency? Again, quite complex. Complex in the context that we intellectually understand what sustainable goals are. We know. But how do we implement them? How do we incorporate them in the underwriting decisions, in the investment decisions? How can that be done? Quite a bit of work there. But let me just point a few. noting a few of these, obviously, there is need to improve sustainability reporting. And this again goes back to transparency. So the disclosures around sustainability reporting is one of them, because this actually puts insurers, underwriters, of course, under pressure. And it's an expectation by consumers, remember that. But most importantly, and this was mentioned earlier on, is the ESG integration. Incorporating an ESG strategy in the course of investment decisions is critical. But more importantly, is incorporating climate risks in the RBC computations. And I did mention risk-based capital computations. But of course, they are much more than that. Dr. Wachinga, I can go on and on and on. But shall I just conclude now? Allow me to conclude and say, this is a topic that we must all be alive to. Increasingly, we see insurance companies coming up with innovative products. I want to applaud them. I want to applaud those organizations also who have started a journey to net zero, because it's the right thing to do. In the context of sustainable solvency for the insurance industry. And of course, I want to encourage the innovative decisions, the innovative initiatives. They must go on. We must think of things that have never been thought, right? We must be ahead of everybody else. Please, can we all work together? Whether it's professional services, whether the regulators across board, the insurance companies, can we all this come together? Can we ensure that these sessions for these 3 days do not end here? Rather, we take them into action and implement them. I want to end my 5 minutes with that, Dr. Wachinga. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. I think we can go to the next panelist, but let us kindly limit this to 5 minutes. Okay.
You can hear me without bending down. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wachinga, and thank you for inviting us for this fantastic forum, summit, where there are industry leaders. I think, let me start off and Dr. Wachinga, we had a session just briefly before he came here, and I thought I was going to be the last person. And the reason why I say that was, I'm usually told in meetings by my CEO that, Ben, we've given you 5 minutes and you're going to take 15. I promise you I'm not going to do that. I'll take 5 minutes. So just a couple of things, and thank you once again. As Dr. Wachinga introduced me, my name is Ben Adair, and usually I'm a perfectionist of detail. I just noticed that there's an N between my name A and D. That N is not there, it's Adair. And yeah, as he said, I've basically been in this compliance world for some time. I've been in the banking industry for 30 years, out of which in 3 different banks. I'm right now the Chief Risk Officer at Gulf African Bank, where I've been for the last 6 years. So compliance is my passion. As Chief Risk Officer, I oversee compliance, risk, and information security. So let me just start off by indicating and thanking both Mr. Kalai Muse and also Mr., I hope I pronounce it properly, Mr. Alhaj Kadunabi, because both your presentations are presentations that if, God forbid, you couldn't make that presentation and you're outside there, I would have picked it up and I would have actually done that whole presentation. It touches on it actually touches on all the elements in terms of risk. And those risks that you mentioned here do not only touch the insurance industry, they also touch the banking industry, where I come from. So I'll kick off with what Mr. Wachinga asked. At the beginning, even before the CS came, you said, how do you balance compliance with doing business? And I think that's fundamental. And I think the way that we should look at this from my experience, compliance were initially seen to be policemen. They are initially seen to be showstoppers. But anybody who's practicing compliance in that manner is actually doing the wrong job. Is doing a disservice to the organization that they're working in. So compliance laws and regulations and organizational policies should never be seen as an impediment to doing business. If anything, it should be taken as a competitive advantage in that organization doing the right thing and actually delivering both its business objectives and delivering also to the customer, but within an ethical manner and doing things in the right manner. So that's the initial part. I mean, practically, is this successful in the places I've worked? It's successful. Right now, in Gulf African Bank, collectively, it's part of our culture, and we actually work collectively in making compliance a competitive advantage. If you go to a compliance officer, and the first answer is no, that's wrong if there's any compliance officer here. The first answer is how? How can I help you? That should be the first answer. And then from there, you look at a solution. Right now, the only thing I can tell you I cannot do for you in the bank is if you're a sanctioned entity. That's black and white. I can't deal with you. Osama bin Laden, rest in peace, passed away. We brought in somebody, he was sanctioned. So I couldn't deal with that. So just segueing into three areas that were mentioned. And one of them was in terms of, I thought our data commissioner, Commissioner Immaculate, was going to talk before me so that I could actually segue. So but I'll pick up from an industry perspective here. In terms of data protection being used as a catalyst for innovation. I mean, people hear data protection in Kenya, and we're just discussing it, and everybody just jumps up. It's a flavor right now. Any new regulation that comes in, there's a flavor and there's some anxiety as and when you understand that regulation. But the key thing is how you implement it. And one of the things that I always encourage people, I mentioned that to the initial speaker, to Mr. Kalai Muse, that the key thing that I've learned in my career is being in continuous conversation with my regulator. I do not fear asking my regulator questions. I mean, and if the regulator discovers that by me asking the question I'm doing something wrong, it's a conversation, because that's why I went to the regulator. And as such, you find that for me, I say, can it be used as a catalyst for innovation? Yes, because it prompts most organizations to look at how they protect personal identifiable information and data changes so as to remain compliant. I mean, it should not be seen as a limitation to business objectives. I mean, organizations, the insurance industry should look at ways to meet their business objectives while remaining compliant, hence innovation. Simple thing, I mean, many of us are used to using Excel spreadsheets. So a customer calls you, you've got all the customers' names on an Excel spreadsheet. Now, that's exposing you. Why don't you look at digitization? Whereby, if you're looking for customers' information, it's a specific customer's information that you're actually pulling out without exposing everything else. That's just an example. I think the second thing that I can look at is how can compliance serve as a catalyst in terms of innovation? That's again, I pick up from what was indicated and just being cognizant of time. And for me, I look at it in terms of the way that you can look at it as a catalyst for innovation within the industry while also strengthening your consumer protection is basically through enhanced trust and reputation. It's basically through the provision of information in a transparent manner. Just treating your customers fairly. Because at the end of the day, I mean, let's not lie to us, anybody else. The guys who pay our salaries are those customers. And then talking about regulatory sandboxes, and that's something I would like to challenge the regulators. I talked to Mr. Muse. You see, regulatory sandboxes is something very novel, but it's something very, very powerful that we should actually be adapting in terms of working with the regulators and conducting these tests in an environment that is in a controlled environment with the regulator as we test something that we're bringing up. Finally, because I'm cognizant of time, Dr. Washinga's indicated that we're allowed to digress from what was indicated, but I don't think I'll be digressing because it's not part of what I was told to talk about. But cybersecurity. My request and what I would like to urge all the industry leaders here is please, if you need to invest in cybersecurity, please do it now. You'll regret at a later stage if you don't invest in cybersecurity. And insider threats any type of threats. You know, these cyber guys they're actually trying to access data that they should not have access to. Work on things, Mr. Al-Hajj, I think that's the easiest way to say it. You talked about those hackers. Those are the ethical hackers that you actually employ. So you bring those ethical hackers, do continuous exercises. We do it in Gulf African Bank. Every other week or every other 2 weeks, there's some phishing that we do. And we actually do our data. And if we find you fishing, if you've been fished, we actually train you. If you've been fished twice, we continue training you. But if you've fished twice, we start having a conversation. So I think that's something that we need to look at again. But the final thing, I cannot live here as a compliance officer in this industry. It touches on insurance and everything without talking about money laundering. That's a key area that we all need to look at. Last week I attended a forum, which was the second conference that involved money laundering reporting officers, of which I also represent Gulf African Bank as a money laundering reporting officer. And one of the things, the insurance industry was there, capital markets was there, circles were there, everybody was there. And one of the things we need to look at is, again, money laundering, again, does not stop your business. I think, Mr. Al-Hajj, I think you're the one who talked about, or you talked about risk-based. All this is risk-based. So it's not one size fits all. Look at your business, look at your customers, understand who your customers are, understand the services you're offering to them, understand the businesses that you offer, and then from there apply a risk-based approach. And finally, at the end of the day, do not make it look like every time the customer is coming to you that you're trying to know the customer for the first time. You're in the wrong place. So with those few remarks, I hope I've not passed 5 minutes. Thank you very much, Dr. Washinga. I mean, I can talk about this the whole day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. And because you don't want to lose that thought process on data, I feel we may want to go to the data commissioner. So welcome, Madam Immaculate. And kindly, I think if you hear me clearing my throat, just know you have cleared, you have passed your time allocation. Okay? So kindly go ahead, but stick to 5 minutes, kindly.
It's hard to stick to 5 minutes. If there was a time here, I would easily tell, but anyway, I'll try my best. Thank you. Thank you, Daktari. Thank you for inviting us here as a panel to contribute to this inaugural summit for CEOs, and to your board, and for the different delegates who are in the room from Zambia, Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda, and Kenya, and also those who spoke before us, the regulators from IRA, and also from the Uganda IRA. And just speaking, because we're supposed to pick on some of the things they spoke about, the issue around evolving technology came out very strongly, and the issue around ESG, which will be spoken about tomorrow, the issue around collaboration, and the issue around cross-border compliance. Just picking those and trying to infuse them to my conversation. Who are we as a commission? And we are the Data Protection Commission. The mandate is under the Constitution of Kenya, borders on privacy. The time has come to hold us accountable as people in this industry and different industries to basically touch on the issue around trust, that you can't use customers' information without taking into account what the trust issues are. But for us, from where we sit in terms of what are the challenges we see in the industry, and maybe not just limited to the insurance industry. I think one is compliance, which Benjamin has spoken to, and compliance should always be seen as a competitive advantage, like he has said. We've also seen a bit of resistance. There's pushback because people feel they're too much being asked out of them. We've also seen an issue about cross-border transfer. It's spoken about by other people. When you're moving your information from one country to another, people don't know why. And there is the requirements. There are also limitations in terms of resource allocation. We've seen at board level, few companies are giving adequate resources in terms of human resources, in terms of financial resources. At an African context, because we are having different African countries here, there is no harmonization of data protection regulatory framework. We've seen that as an effect. Al-Hajj did speak to it. You have to keep changing laws. It's the same for data protection. There is no harmonized framework across Africa. So it's challenging because if you're a regulator, if you're an insurance company in Kenya, you have to comply with different set of regulation in Uganda, Tanzania, and that can be a challenge. And of course, the issue around governance. But for us, having said those as challenges, and you as CEOs, what would be your quick intervention in this conference? What do you think about? Of course, for us, and I know it's the same in the different jurisdictions in the room, your starting point is really registration. You need to start in terms of compliance to register as a data controller or data processor, because as insurance companies, you collect a lot of personal information, which is sensitive. It starts you the compliance journey. The other one I would suggest is at the board level, please allocate enough resources, or even a startup, just put in I would say a few shillings, money to start the process, and also get a data protection officer. That is very important. And then do an audit in the organization, because you also want to ask yourself, what kind of data are we collecting? Where is it stored? What risks are we facing? We are doing cross-border transfers. Do we have undertaken data protection impact assessment, and also start doing your policy documents in as far as data protection is concerned? Conduct training for your staff, and also create awareness for your staff. And also, some of the concerns that are raised normally with us is, have you conducted a data protection impact assessment? Have you reported any breach if that has happened? So for me, those are key things that you in the insurance industry that you need to think about. And in conclusion, as an office, we have an open door policy. The same for my colleagues, whether it's Madam Stella. Whether it's Madam Stella in Uganda, whether it's Ricardo in Zambia, whether it's my colleague in Cote d'Ivoire, all data protection authorities are willing to work with you this journey, because everybody, it's a new area, everyone is trying to learn about it. We're trying to improve the ecosystem. And with those very many remarks, I want to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. And again, because we don't want to lose this thought process, we may want to invite now the techie. He spoke about cyber security, then the issue of technology and data. Then we have the data commissioner. I think it's fair to now bring in a man who can bring all this together, and that is the Chief Data Officer of APSA.
Thank you so much, Daktari. And why I'm happy to actually be part of this panel today is because the topics and the presentations covered today bring together two aspects of my life. Now, as the Chief Data Officer at ABSA, I look after the 10 markets that ABSA is operating in, and I look after 4 key specialties. Number 1 is analytics and business intelligence. Number 2 is data management and privacy. Number 3 is artificial intelligence and data science. And number 4 is modern analytics. And just to summarize those areas, one side is actually the offensive use of data. How can we use data to create more value to the organization? But the other side of the coin is actually how do we protect our data assets? How do we ensure that we have the right kind of guardrails on how we are using data? I've liked the 2 presentations because they covered very critical aspects of what is happening within the business and the insurance sector. Because of the macros, these industries are being disrupted. And we may be all sitting here as executives and speaking on how we are keeping it together, but we know right now that the market is tough. If you look at innovation, which was covered very well in the last presentation, I can actually predict that in the insurance sector, most of your innovations will come from data, actually more than 70%. And I can give you examples. Understanding your customers better, pricing and profitability. We have been speaking about loss rates for particular sectors, particular customers going up. How are you able to come up with new pricing methodologies? Data. Fraud, understanding how to predict fraudulent claims, understanding gaps in products and how they are set up. Data. Understanding how you can actually target and segment your customers. Creation of new products within the insurance sector. Data. So innovation is very pertinent, and I'm happy that it was brought out very keenly that you have to ensure not only do you have a sandbox, but you are actually able to use data to innovate. Now, I wanted to ask how many people have a test budget in the organization. This is some money
put aside, and you can actually lose it when you're actually experimenting. How many people have? No hands, yeah? In the banking sector, we actually allow people to lose money when they are experimenting. It's called test and learn. You test, innovate, make mistakes, learn, as long as you do not breach the limit you have given you. And guess what? Out of all the tests that have been done, more than 30% of them make it to new products and propositions. The second aspect is about how do we have the right kind of guardrails in how we use data within the organization. I think the privacy acts are very clear and particular. The role of the DPO is very clear. But have you thought about how you make it a reality, that people live and understand how to protect and use data in the organization? It doesn't stop with the DPO. Some people feel that when you just register for the certificate and you hire, you're done. You have to have data owners and stewards sitting in different parts of the businesses looking at the data. You have to run frequent quality checks. You have to identify system gaps that prevent proper use of data. It is not about really placing the policies in the organization, but also implementing them. From my previous life in the audit world, we had 3 ways of checking how policies are implemented. Number 1 is test of design. Have you designed the right policy based on the frameworks and the acts? Number 2 is test of implementation. Do you implement it? And the last one is test of operational effectiveness. Is it effective to you? So I know data is a new field. Fortunately or unfortunately, I was the first chief data officer in the region, East Africa, and I'm actually an evangelist when it comes to data. Reach out to myself, let's connect, let's talk about data. But I know that this is actually a critical tool. Offensively, to create value and innovate, but also defensively, to ensure that we don't step on the DPC's red wires. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dungi. And we can agree there is now a need to hear from a policymaker, especially on how now to harmonize cross-border regulation. Okay. From the insurance perspective, from data perspective, I think there is out of an uniform terrain in the regulation. Okay. And this is because some entities, some jurisdictions are ahead of others. But we have now the policy issue. How do we harmonize? How do we do what the regulator was saying, that when you go to Uganda, he may want to recognize that you are partially regulated in Kenya. Okay? Data-wise, how do we now have that convergence between Kenyan Data Commissioner, Ugandan Data Commissioner, and others? So let us kindly invite now the DG, my friend Mwenda, to give a comment on how you harmonize cross-border regulation. Welcome.
Thank you, Daktari. And I write on the protocols already established. And quickly, and I was wondering why you skipped me, but now I see why. And it's because, in my own thinking, if you look at the, and I will speak about 3 things. One is, and it's been talked about, the role of policy and regulation. Because all these things that we're talking about have to be anchored somewhere in policy and regulation. And if we get it right, then we can count on a better result. I also, and my boss spoke about the role of this sector in growth, employment, etc. And growth has 2 components. There is a domestic driven growth, the growth driven by the domestic, through the domestic market, but there is also increasingly growth potential when you look at the potential when you cross the border. And then the third issue is social welfare, and I will try and do it quickly. But the first point to note is that there are many emerging risks that have been highlighted here. I was taking notes. There is the issue of money laundering and terrorism financing. It's a new and current problem growing. We have issues of climate change. We have cyber threat or crime. We have extreme events like the Russia-Ukraine. We think it is too far, but it has risks coming to us. We have had pandemics, and we also have risks arising from just the international financial markets. And there could also be risks arising from policy change, not just in our country, but also beyond the borders. In terms of policy should then seek to respond to some of these concerns. For example, when you look at even sovereign states, increasingly, we are having budgets disrupted. You can even see that every year we are having additional budgets or supplementaries to upwards of 0.2% of GDP. That points to a fiscal risk. And whenever you have such fiscal risks, it means that also sovereigns are rated as risky borrowers. So what am I saying? That there is a role, say, for the insurance sector to also facilitate sovereigns in times of such great risks to access the international financial markets through products like de-risk sovereigns, but also it can also be said for private players. I think how we respond to those, it's a role squarely within the insurance industry. And policy must then facilitate, innovation in that regard. Issues of enforcement to ensure that we deal with issues of money laundering and terrorism financing, because if we do not, the exposure to the country is such that we may not be able, as private sector players or even sovereigns, to access financing in the international markets because we are rated as risky. Now, and there is a lot that we can say, but I am just giving that as an illustration. When it comes to growth, we have, it was said here in the morning that banks have moved to, like Kenyan banks have moved to other neighboring countries to provide services. For those banks to thrive, they will also need to interact with the insurance industries. Some of the products they provide will become attractive if they are supplemented by products that are provided by the insurance industry. So, in essence, we must begin thinking of beyond the boundaries of Kenya and to say, how does then policy respond to regional integration in the context of the insurance industry? For example, de-risking is a tool that can be provided beyond Kenya, but more importantly, we must then standardize for the players in Kenya to be accepted in Uganda or in Tanzania. Policy must set standards for professions, for the players, if it's brokers, so that when the regulator in Uganda is assessing them, he knows the platform that has been set in that country. And then it is possible, and it gives confidence to those who are trading. Now, finally, and the third is not, I'm just picking the key ones. I think we have spoken here about compliance issues, issues that affect the insured, including businesses, and ultimately, if insurance does not deliver value, and value means that that document, the cover, given must count always for something. Otherwise, there is a risk to social welfare. And we must then, for example, you can imagine if you fall sick and you had a health cover and you are unable to access health services, then you affect the social well-being. So increasingly, therefore, also matters of social welfare are linked to what we have even provided in our Constitution as rights to citizens. So policy must respond to such issues. And I think there are many others, but I think from listening, I thought I should emphasize some of these issues. I thank you.
So again, thank you so much. We can clap again for our panelists. So we seem to be learning a lot from you. Maybe because my bosses are here, I can request to be given a test budget. You make mistakes and you don't get issues with the board. But that's a very good contribution. And also the issue of cybersecurity. I'm sure some of us are offering cyber risk covers. And that also contributes a lot to data privacy. And we wish to confirm that apart from the regular phishing, in Kenya we use know before tools. So we are able to assess our knowledge, cyber awareness on weekly basis. And of course we have taken a cyber risk cover. But again, the weakest point is always human. We are also learning a lot from the auditors, especially on the solvency. I'm sure when you look at it from a CEO level, maybe your finance people came to you after complying with IFRS 17. There's a way the regulatory and the solvency capital behaved before and after IFRS 17 compliance. Okay? So some people actually fell below, and woe unto you if you are in Uganda. Okay? Okay. So again, being aware of what is coming and how it is going to affect your business is very key. Because if, for instance, you are needed to call your capital soonest to comply with a standard, I think it's good to be proactive. We are also talking about innovation, which we are taking very seriously, and also the issue of compliance culture. That also came up. And we can agree if we are to put our mindset together and influence policy from government and the regulatory point of view, we can see how now our topic of today contributes and affects or facilitates our business. And with those few remarks, let us call it a session. Okay. Again, we had a spillover to lunch hour, but I'm sure you're not that hungry because you took late breakfast. So we would want to release you. And we may want to agree that because of time, we may want to reduce our lunch break from 1 hour to half an hour. We can agree on that, okay? So that we can finish at 4:30 as earlier planned. So thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you so much. So I'm just going to request our panelists, maybe we just stand there for one group photo before they leave. So our panelists, if you can line up, we take a picture together and then we can be able to leave. And also, I know we've got some gifts that we're going to be giving them. To our delegates and our participants, thank you very much for your patience and of course for your attentiveness. Lunch is going to be served. It's going to be on the 8th floor. So you will head to the 8th floor and then we meet back here at the indicated time so we can at least finish on time and let you at least have a relaxed evening. So I'm going to request also Mr. Kalai to come and join the picture as well as our counterpart from Uganda, Mr. Kadunabi Tafadhali, for the group photo before we release you. So the rest of us, please, if you can rush to lunch. Le déjeuner est servi au 8e étage. Et puis rendez-vous dans 30-35 minutes, comme ça on peut reprendre à l'heure. So if we can just go for lunch and be back within the 30 minutes that you've been requested on the 8th floor so we can start and finish on time. Thank you.
How can I get back? This thing doesn't seem to be working. Okay, fine. All right. I'm going to talk to you about climate change, the investments that seem to be inclusive, and how to see that in a way that it is sustainable and have some impact which is generally a win-win. So my name is Philemon Chelanga, as you can see. Please, next slide. This doesn't seem to work. All right, so this is an outlook of climate change, and as you can see, it's a lot that speaks about climate change. On the right-hand side, I just identified two key indicators that people talk about climate change, and that is largely on greenhouse gas emissions and the global temperatures. So, as you can see on the first graph on the left-hand side, there is some increase in global temperatures, which is really, really a huge indicator that things are changing. And on the greenhouse gas emissions, you can see that there's quite a number of gases that have been emitted through the CO2s coming from different sources, coming from fossils, coming from land use, and different types of human activity. So these are the key indicators that when you have any conversations about climate change, you'll see that people are talking about increase in temperatures and increase in greenhouse gas emissions. But then how does this affect the different sectors? And I've highlighted using, I wish this thing could point out, but then yeah, so we have the climate change affecting aspects to do with water and the production, that is in terms of animal production, crop production. We have fisheries. We have health and well-being, which is depicted by the different levels of infectious diseases. We have elder nutrition, mental health. We have aspects to do with displacement. And also we have the impact of climate change on settlements and infrastructure, which actually is largely shown by the different effects on infrastructure. So biodiversity, that is in terms of whether we have good fresh water or the quality of ocean ecosystems. I mean, these are the key sectors which we see as being affected by climate change. And on the far right, I think it's very clear that all of you can relate to these images whereby in terms of food security, we have crop failure. In terms of losses and damages, we have people losing their households, losing their homes. We have households losing their farms. We also have some ecological drought, which is so clear that there are quite a number of livestock being lost. And on the far right, we have human health and livelihoods and key infrastructure, whereby, for example, in the recent floods in Nairobi, we saw that quite a number of infrastructure was spoiled, quite a number of vehicles were destroyed. And in essence, we are saying that climate change is real, and most of the evidence that has been set, I've been shown they are much abound. There's evidence everywhere that climate change is really causing a lot of havoc. And developing countries like Kenya, the countries that are represented here, actually they contribute least to this climate change, but rather they are actually affected more. And private sector investments is actually the key driver towards and out of the negative impacts of climate change. Next slide, please. So, how does this landscape look like, in terms of how far are things? How good have we gone in terms of the investment? So the first levels of investment is investments around climate finance, which in terms of the needs, we are at around $73 million, which billion dollars between 2020 and 2030, which is really a lot. But at the moment, we are able to access about $29 million in terms of an adaptation fund. And we have a cumulative deficit of about 450 billion by 2030. That's a lot of resource. But then, well, so how does the insurance sector come to play into this? It's really a sector which, if it is incentivized sufficiently, it's going to bridge this gap. But then we are at the point whereby we say the insurance sector in Africa is low. As you can see, that it's only a very small fraction of the premiums. I mean, if you compare to the global levels, which is about $68 billion, and we have $5 trillion being underwritten across, I mean, in the world, which is really, it's a very small fraction. And in Kenya, for instance, we have a coverage level of less than 5%. So what are we saying? We're saying that, well, in fact, climate risk insurance innovations, I mean, targeting agri-food sector, which the CS mentioned earlier, that, of course, in most of the developing countries, the economies are being driven by the agricultural sector. So we have some good pivotal examples, which we have parametric and non-parametric insurance, which are covering largely crop and livestock, and that good example is the index-based livestock insurance program, which at the moment is being championed by DRIVE program in East Africa. And then at sovereign level, we have Africa Risk Capacity, which is really a very important investment in terms of climate risks. But then, of course, these are just a few examples. That means that we have, there's need to have increased investments in insurance. So what do we have as enabling factors in this? So we have very increasing awareness, growing awareness in terms of climate risk. And then, of course, we have the progressive policies that comes in the forms of the UNFCCC, we have the Kyoto Protocol, we have Paris agreements, and these policies and laws are really very instrumental in channeling resources. And at the regional level, for example, we have the national determined contributions, that's the NDCs, we have African Union national adaptation plans, which really are the fundamental frameworks that guide investments by different levels of states. And then there's also the aspect of the elevation of insurance as a feasible mechanism to de-risk value chains, which is going to really be very useful in crowding in investments around climate adaptation and mitigation, whether it's in the public sector or in the private sector. For example, it motivates the public sector to increase their investments through either providing subsidies for premiums, and the private sector, in this case, insurance, are, I mean, the industry is on to provide evaluations, enabling pooling and transfers of risk. And through this, we can be able to drive the adaptation and through innovative pricing and subsidies. And then we have also improvement in research and technology, which has been mentioned very, very much in the early presentations, that is in terms of access to Earth observation data, that is satellite data. There's, which, of course, increases the design of product portfolios in terms of parametric insurance, I mean, which then opens up very good climate insurance markets. We also have increase in access to digital platforms, which could provide a mechanism of doing a last mile delivery. We have also electronic money transfers, which is really very fundamental, capacity building through e-platforms and M platforms, which really increases capacity building at the different levels that needs to be done. So next slide, please. All right, so then, so what are the challenges that we are facing in scaling climate risk insurance? So we have aspects to do with policy, which have been discussed so widely in the previous presentations. And these, in many cases, we would see this in forms of limiting standardization of products. That's in terms of aspects to do with, basis risk being high, and of course, varying levels of accuracy in terms of parametric products or even other non-parametric products. And then we have the aspect of limited product portfolio, which in any case, when we talk about climate risks, we talk about absence of multi-asset climate insurance programs, which, for example, we know we face droughts, floods, and many other. So the region then faces which, I mean, it doesn't conform with the fact that the region faces multiple climate risks that requires different types of products. And then we have the sectoral fragmentation, which it has been also been highlighted by previous speakers, where we have very limited coordination among the suppliers for climate insurance products. And then that leads to high transaction costs and reducing the value proposition for insurance. So we also have issues around capacity building, which the industry has. They have limited capacity to motivate the market for insurance in terms of climate risk and the targeting adaptation programs. So on the far right, I've just highlighted who are these stakeholders? So we see the stakeholders in terms of the state and the sub-state. I mean, so if we see sub-state and sub-state pulling together in trying to address the climate risk, then that would really in some way go a long way in reducing transaction costs. And then we have farms, which in this case could be represented by the microinsurance and the agents, then we require them to have some level of aggregation so that at least the level of transaction cost coordination could be really increased. And then we have the levels, we have households, and then we have households being brought together into groups or agri-SMEs. So that way, that is how we would really imagine a thriving sector would look like in terms of the different levels of stakeholders. On the lower end, we see an agency system, which is just a model which we put together in terms of trying to